Fucking lobsters for money, always been the same damn game. They say it's for the country, but power just wants to change. So it's always been about the money. You better wake up to it, honey. If you wanna see behind the curl, if you wanna know the real world, if you think they fight for kings, look closer at the strings. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up, 'cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money. Fucking lobsters for money. Heroes die, the rich stay sound. Feed you hope when you're hungry, then flip you upside down. So it's always been about the money. Don't kid yourself about it, honey. Red or blue, it all gets sold. Every promise turns to gold for the ones who pull the thing. You just dance while they sing. Get their dollars, get their cheddar, get their bacon, get their bread up, 'cause it's always been about the money. Because it's always been about the money.
Time I hear this beat, it gets crazier. Every time I hear this beat, it gets crazier. I get crazier, I get crazier. It gets crazier. Ketamine, fentanyl, cocaine, all in one roof at KFC. Ketamine, fentanyl, cocaine, all in one roof at KFC. Every time I hear this beat, it gets crazier. Every time I hear this beat, it gets crazier. It gets crazier. I get crazier. I get crazier. Fentanyl, cocaine, all in one roof at KFC. Ketamine, fentanyl, cocaine, all in one roof at KFC. I get crazy. get here? I don't know, but I know that I'm here. I'm so stoned. Oh, it's so lovely in here in the bone water zone. Impossible to go to bed. I don't wanna say goodbye, but I don't wanna stay. I don't wanna work, but I gotta get paid. So I get stoned, 'cause I know the bong water zone is better than heaven, better than home. 'Cause when I'm there, I'm never alone. Oh, it's so lovely, and you're in the bong water zone. This house is a cage and the bed is a tomb, and the ceiling fan is stirring all the energy in the room. My friends are all awake and they're all alone, and I need to go home, but I think I'm gonna stay a little longer, 'cause I love you so much and I need you so bad, and I want you so bad, and I love you so much, but I gotta go home. But I gotta go home, to leave the bong water zone. But when I'm here, I'm never alone. Oh, it's so lovely, and here in the bong water zone.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you guys are having a good one.
Gotta leave the bong water zone. But when I'm here, I'm never alone. Oh, it's so lovely, and you're in the bong water zone.
Let me just tell you guys, Suno can make bangers. Every single day that I continue to work on AI and I kind of, figure out what to really do with it and keep pushing the boundaries of what can be done. Every single day, it just blows my mind with what we can achieve with decent creativity and the tools that we have available. It's a little frustrating too, because that comes with the sheer amount of limitations that AI has that we constantly run into. But music, man, Suno has it the fuck down, man. It is wild. How's it going for you, Don? It's okay. Um, yeah. Uh, you found your favorite persona. Yeah, no, there's like, man, you could do like, I should do an episode purely just showing people how to make some shit with Suno. And we might do that later on in the episode, actually, when we actually start to need more music and more shit going on. Also, I am fairly confident, for those that aren't aware, something that happened with Suno is they actually are partnered with Warner Music Group. So Warner Music Group now is partnered with Suno, and they are getting access to their entire library. So whenever we get 5.5 or version 6 of their model, it's gonna be a fucking experience. So if you don't know how wide-reaching Warner Music Group is, it's it's fucking out there. People nag a lot about AI. It's exhausting. They do, but here's the thing, man. There's a lot of things to hate on AI. There really is. Um, let me. We're gonna start this out, obviously, in the best possible way, and looking at some shit that dumb motherfuckers have posted. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Fucking Elon Musk. Perfect example of a goddamn clown. All right. Now, to be perfectly fair, X and Grok Imagine is significantly better and is getting way better every single day. So there is no doubt that it is actually getting better. But when this is the sort of shit that people are reposting and people saying, "Oh, this is AI," like it's this right here. This is what should be hated on because this is legitimate slop. This is trash, in my opinion. And this is what most people think of when they want to hate on AI, right? None of this is good. None of this is good in any way, shape, or form. I've even the very first generations that I was getting are far superior to this, and it's just it's not fucking good. It sucks. There's let's see. Oh, there's another one that was really fucking bad that I saw earlier. I'll find it here in a second. Oh, yeah. Will Smith slapping a bass guitar. We can do better. But this is the slop. This is the absolute lowest bottom feeder garbage that exists as far as AI image generation and AI video goes. And it really sucks. It really fucking sucks that this is what most people think of when they think of AI. This is what people are really really pushing out there. It sucks, dude. But and I've tried it and it's no good. Oh yeah, the merch store, merch.themetascrew.com. It is available. There's some cool shit. I'm gonna move my uh head up just for a second. There actually is a start menu in here, and it actually does work. There is actually that game doesn't work, but this game works. So yeah, no, like I've done some shit to the fucking website. I need to finish working on it. I do a lot of fucking like half things, and so I really need to get in there and make some shit happen. But yeah, for the most part, what Grok is absolute trash. Now, if we want to go a little bit beyond that, there is, I mean, obviously with Higgsfield, we have, like, dude, you you can't you cannot compare what that is to what we can create with Higgsfield. It's absolutely insane. We do have a let's see, where is the there it is. This is the new and most up to date one. No, that's not the most up to date one. There's another one that I did. Was it this one? No. Shit. This one. So this is the most up to date one. This is what I think we're going to be doing. I know I've showed that, Larry. I know, but like, come on, dude. We can make some awesome shit. You should check the Tectone image that you let Grok create. You tagged me. I actually don't see that tag. I know I saw you send that earlier, and didn't see that tag. So if it's delayed, then I don't know where it is. But I actually don't see you. I didn't see that on there. But anyways, yeah, we can create some wild shit. And again, this is all text. It's understanding what KFC is, Gamer Sups, the Fleshlight logo, Planet Fitness, Red Lobster, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, the Starbucks logo, OTK, Starforged PCs. Sometimes it gets it, sometimes it doesn't. You know, you got Mythic Talent. Like, it's understanding the task. So the fact that Grok is what people are using is kind of embarrassing. So now I've done a little bit of testing between the top models, which is Flux 2 Max, GPT 1.5, Seed Dream 4.5, Clean 01, and Nano Banana Pro. And I'm going to show you guys kind of the differences between these because it's actually kind of important to see what these models can produce and what you can use for your own content. And personally, I think it's actually really important to understand and to see the differences in what you can create because it really makes a difference in whatever you're going to, whatever you want to do with AI. And so this is all with the same exact prompt. And so we start with Nano Banana Pro. Okay, it looks pretty cool. The gun model on point. It looks pretty fucking good. And all of the ones from Nano Banana, they all look pretty much the same. It's that same art style. It's really getting it. But I wanted to go above and beyond. And so this is Nano Banana down here, right? There's a clear style to the way that Nano Banana does things. Very clear style. Yeah, we'll go into that image in just a minute. But there's a very clear style. Okay, so now we're gonna look at Seed Dream. Yeah, we'll come up with a new name for it. So this is what Seed Dream is doing. Okay, it's understanding a little the gun a little bit, but it's still kind of throwing and doing some weird shit with it. But it looks inferior in a lot of ways. It's not really capturing the essence that I'm wanting, and I was wanting to create like an awesome fucking like photo or poster for this dude, right? Because we're gonna do some shit with this. Your lunch break, yeah. There's a lot that we've done. Now there we have that, and then we go into GPT 1.5. And this is with the settings turned all the way up. So there's a lot of artifacts. It doesn't really look like on the background. It kind of looks good, but it's a little hazy. So I clean that up later. And then this is what Cling 01 is doing. This just looks like pure dog shit. Cling is just not capable of images in any way, shape, or form. Like, if I were to see this on a video game cover, this is the same thing that I would see for a game that you would find in like the $2 bin at like Micro Center, right? That bin that has all those bullshit like German fucking simulator games that are just awful. That's where I would think to find this thing. And so when you're making images, it's actually important to create something that is that's going to actually go with the vibe that you're going for. So this was was much closer for what I was going for, and this was actually GPT 1.5. That surprised me. That was actually very, very surprising that we got that. And then look at this. We're now in Reeve. This looks even worse. This looks like a 2002 like game that someone would make, and it just looks horrible. It looks like it would be around Dungeon Siege, something like that. Is Thundercock the name of the guy or the series? Don't know yet. I don't know because It's it's a wild fucking time. But there was one that was really good that I was going to kind of keep as the yeah. So this is the one that I thought looked kind of the best out of all of them, and request random generation in your favorite run. Give it the prompt you think of. This is supposed to be about having fun with AI. I know, but this is about me showing what the different models and their capabilities right now. Surprisingly, out of all of the models that exist for doing images outside of things like Higgs field, right? If you want to really get something truly artistic and wild, it's actually looking like OpenAI with GPT Image 1.5 is pretty out there. Now, I also tested that with the different cars, and this is what it was able to come up with, and with GPT, and it just looks fucking awful. This just looks terrible in every way, shape, and form. It doesn't look good. And so as soon as we go to Nano Banana, immediately we're able to get much more on point with that. But even that can't compete with Higgs field. So it's just about picking the right tool for the job. The other thing too, so I've also seen.
Look at this guy joining
Oh
the Froggy
shit, dude!
Army.
Thank you. You have been witnessed. The other thing too that I tested a little bit last night is I wanted to try and see if there's another video model that existed that would, maybe there's something out there that I haven't seen yet. So I went on the search and I tried to see what was out there. I tried Runway. That thing was absolutely awful. You want to talk about extreme censorship? They have the most censorship out of anybody I've ever seen. And the one video that I got out of it was beyond terrible. Absolutely terrible. So never ever use Runway. Runway is not at all for anybody that wants to actually make content. It is not capable of doing that without the most absurd amount of guidance. Oh, you just switch profiles? Oh, well, regardless, I appreciate you. So then the other thing too is I wanted to see, we do have access to Kling 01 on Higgs field, but I wanted to see what it looked like natively using the one-time credit pack that you get on Kling, and I wanted to see what 01 looked like. And 01 is actually really good if you want to do anything with anime. It's actually probably the best animated model that exists out there. And I wanted to see, okay, we got our one scene here.
Those rabbis are real fat. You know what? I don't need the news. Throw that shit into the ocean. I got some assholes to kill.
Okay, so that's what we got with 3.1. It's awesome. Let's see. I haven't seen this one yet, so let's see what we get from Kling 01. No sound. Okay. That's lame. I had specified that I wanted sound. Okay. Well, that's lame. Anyways. Yeah, man, it's all good. There's going to be plenty more that we're going to be doing. So if you want to catch up on the streams, you can always catch it afterwards. Yeah, Kling 01, it has somewhat of a cinematic look to it, but it's not doing the audio. So it's not there. It is not there at all. There are, okay. And then one last thing, but I promise before we get into the development there. So text to, I need the video. We're gonna do 01. Okay, so one thing that I want to mention just before we get started, that was awkward for Kling. I know. It's in, Kling is how we did the EBT song, and this is also how you can do lip sync.
Perks, yo. Gotta blaze up.
Right? You can do all sorts of shit with Kling, and it's actually the best that you can use for doing video to video, or if you want to do lip sync like for audio and shit, it's probably the best that exists. But Kling 01 is their newest tool, and you can add images or videos or even elements that you want to see, and then you can reference each of these with an at symbol. So you can actually say, I want to see at element using this at whatever, and then you can create this prompt that's actually trying to reference the images as much as possible and the elements that you want to create something truly amazing. And with an animated, like doing an AMV or something like that, the way that Skybrowse did, I actually watched some of his content. To do content like that, you can absolutely do a lot of things in Kling01 for that. I'm pretty sure he uses a combination of Grok Imagine and a few other things, but what I'm, with Kling01, you can actually get quite a bit. All right. Now let's get started. Let's take a look at what we got done yesterday, and then we're going to continue. And yeah, Higgsfield is okay. Just up front, Higgsfield outrageously expensive. If there's a model that is outrageous, the best model is always going to be the most expensive model, right? And Veo used to be the king of that territory, and now it's Higgsfield. And I get 6,000 credits a month, and generating 4 images at a time takes 16 credits. And it can, you can chew through credits a lot faster than you think, right? For the month, I've already used 60% of my credits, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to get some more credits in order to keep going with it. But Higgsfield is the best, but always the best. It comes with the highest cost. We are going to continue to use Higgsfield as much as possible in order to generate our scenes, because it seems to do a really good job at generating what we're wanting. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to use Veo to generate all of our audio. So that's kind of where we're going. Let's see here. Also, let's bring in the Tectone episode. So we have all of this. We don't need that. Okay, so we're gonna say Act 1, Tectone in Vietnam. Act 2, finding the F box. Act 3, stealing the F box. Hold on. Destroying FTX. Act 4, stealing F box. So these are kind of the 4 acts that I want to have. Like, I know people usually think that a 3-act structure sounds good, but we want to do 4 acts. So far, maybe we'll do a 5th. So let me kind of run through the idea of what we're doing. Actually, first, let's watch the. We're not going to go through the whole opening, but I'm just going to show you guys what we were able to do yesterday, so we can at least look back at what we achieved and see if there's any changes that need to be done.
Fox News, where retardation and autism meets.
Good evening and welcome to Fox News. Tonight, we are taking a closer look at Tectone's invasion of Vietnam, which is on its 54th day. The Fat Frogs have established several bases in the region, and we go now to speak with the top frog in charge.
How are things going in Vietnam?
These fat frogs have succeeded in the most disastrous manner, but managing them sucks worse than denims on $10 Tuesdays.
How do you feel about the Fat Frogs being here?
I'm happy. They killed that bitch of a mother-in-law for me, and now they're building me a new hut. It's amazing.
There are several reports of the Fat Frogs going off the rails and destroying all the villages nearby, mostly because they don't remember their orders, and Tectone is being blamed. KFC, Tectone's agency, claims this because he didn't deal with FTX and the stolen F-Box. We have Rabbi Grabelstein for a response.
Look, we aren't evil. We are just humble rabbis looking for world domination. Tectone just broke a monitor my receptionist had on her desk, so he really is just being a dick.
Oh. we back? We apologize for that. It looks like they're trying to hijack our program. We will be back with further updates on the war after these messages.
Those rabbis are real fat. You know what? I don't need the news. Throw that shit into the ocean. I got some assholes to kill.
All right, there we go. Can we have him speak gibberish and everyone has to translate for him? I don't know if I want to do XQC on it, but so far I think it's good. And then we have this is just going to be a scene of the helicopter landing and him getting out. And then we'll get into his first, kind of conversation of figuring out what's going on there. Okay, so we're going to start writing out, or I'm going to go through the ideas or through each act one at a time so you guys can understand kind of where I'm coming from. Will Blacktone show up? Yes. Yes, he will. Okay, so first things first is Tectone is in Vietnam. It's just going to be like introduction to Vietnam, him doing shit, dealing with the fat frogs, going out on a sortie here and there, doing some shit, or maybe going on one mission, fucking around. Maybe he meets Mindset Legal somewhere. I don't know, but this is just basically like, a few Vietnam antics to kind of cement, where they are, what they're doing, kind of what's going on. So just kind of, your setup act. Then it's going to get to, he needs to get down into business. And so now he has to find the F box, and now he's going to be officially introduced to the Sog Frogs, and then the Sog Frogs are going to help him find some shit. So I think it should be blasting frogs before they land. We might be, maybe he should meet up with that head frog to start. Yeah, we can definitely do that. But they have to find the F box. They're going to come up with a plan. Then they're to destroy FTX first, because they have to just dismantle it before they can steal the F box and get out. Yeah, no, it's going to be maybe not like that. What do you mean? Oh, I mean, the frogs are friendly, so I don't want them to just be like killing friendly frogs. There's no need to do that. And there's always more replacement frogs. But yeah, so destroying FTX, that's going to be wild. So his whole grand scheme to steal the F box, as it's tied to FTX, and he has to destroy FTX first. To do that, he's going to surrender himself. He's going to do something, but surrender himself to the rabbis, put on the helmet to go into Genshin, and instead of mining crypto, he goes in and he kills all the people that are in there, brutally beating the shit out of every single Genshin character that he runs into, and causes the system to implode on itself because it never was supposed to handle violence like that. So he is going to absolutely crush and destroy everything in Genshin. We actually already have a look at what that is like. Let me find it. Give me 1 second. Uh. Yeah, we have him beating the shit. We have WestJet. WestJet's going to make an appearance because, of course, he has to. If we decided on the main villain, well, yeah, it's going to be the rabbis, but it's going to actually be what's it called? Indians in disguise. Make a music video with the Blue Jew puppets. Start a daycare in Minnesota, and they get rich. It's not a bad idea, but like we also have this one. So yeah, we can absolutely do Tectone beating the shit out of everybody in Genshin, and that is going to be the concept of how he destroys FTX. Again, we'll worry about that more in a little bit, but yeah, that's kind of the concept for now. I need to call back to Elon in the background pulling the strings. That's going to be at the end. So that's going to be at the end to set up the Menace Crew episode 3. So that's going to set up Menace Crew season 2 episode 3 is the end of all of that and how this ultimately concludes. That's where we're going to get there. Can't really use the rabbis for Apocalypse. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I want it to be so that the in like it's the Indians are essentially skinwalkers at that are dressed up like rabbis, and but they're they're faking it. They're the ultimate scammers. That's the concept. And so Nux is going to be fighting the rabbis, and if he ever watches this episode, it's going to be him fighting the rabbis and doing all sorts of shit that he might violently be against. But then it's going to come to pass that they're not really Jewish. They're really just Indians that are pretending to be Jews. So that's the whole thing. Who's the leader? McGrabblestein, Rabbi McGrabblestein. And yeah, I was thinking like the Scooby-Doo mask pull. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be pretty good. I need to think about how to push it back. Is that AI? I ran it locally or something online. I do everything on. Listen, let me be pretty open about this. So everything I do is online. Anything like this you can't do local. It's not possible. Doing something on this level of quality, it's not possible to do locally. So it has to be online. Now the service that I use really depends on what I'm trying to get out of it. And that changes on a very regular basis. So if I want to the Black Israelites, that's yeah, that's another good one. We can probably do that. But right now I'm using Higgsfield for quite a bit of things, and then Veo for anything that needs voiceover work. So if I need anything else, that doesn't need voiceovers, I'm using Higgsfield for. Or if it needs any sort of voices, then I'm still using Veo. Nothing is better than Veo when it comes to voiceovers and lip sync. But yeah, it's pretty great. There's so much that comes into developing any AI content whatsoever. But can the Jew tunnels go to Venezuela and Argentina since the Nazis went there after the war? Well, no, they're going to go to Egypt because it's not the real Nazis, it's the black Nazis. So they're the ones that are going to go to Egypt because they built the pyramids and all of that. The pyramids are spaceships. And that's the Nux episode. That's a whole nother fucking episode that's down the line. That's a continuation of ketamine dreaming. So yeah, if they turn out to don't they need a call center? Well, I mean, yeah. We'll figure it out. Casino Indian or Slurpee Indian? Yeah, 7-Eleven Indian. Remember the Jews escaped from Egypt? Yeah, but see that the whole black Israelite thing is a whole fucking like that is a fucking rabbit hole if you want to go down that route. That's just whew. You're running comfy UI testing start end image to video. I'm trying to use it for DaVinci Fusion VFX comps. Kind of cool. It is cool, and you can get some decent stuff there. But if you want to get, and I'll just show this one last time. Not one last time, but I'll just show this, and then we'll get into our development. Where's the test? Like when it comes to okay, so something like this. Oh, that's not the good one. You're not going to get anything like that with Comfy UI. It's just not going to happen. Um, and that's not dissing what people do with it, or you're just not going to get that high end quality with Comfy UI. Now, what Comfy UI and that sort of thing is great for, you can absolutely use it for something like, let's say you what's a good example? Like, let's say you want to make an animated segment. Comfy UI, you can do some shit with Comfy UI. But if you want to go above and beyond that, you're not going to really get there, unfortunately. And even like the images that you get and the quality in the images that you get, you're not going to get there with Comfy UI. But if you're doing animated projects or something that's simpler, you can still get there. It's just one of those things. But yeah, it is expensive. My Christmas present was I got the annual membership for Higgsfield, so the top end package, right around New Year's ish, and for to do it annually, at the time it was $49 a month for 12 months, and then you got 6 months for free. So it was what, $800 to get 18 months worth of the top end thing, which I think is absolutely worth it. And come July of 2027, it's going to be $5,000 to re-up. So I think for 18 months, that's a pretty good deal of knowing that I have something. So it's kind of what I'm sticking with, and that's kind of what I'm going with. But yeah, there's a lot that you can do. Even something simple. That's not a good image. No, that's not the. Those are the shots. Uh, where was there was one that I was just blown away by. Oh, here's one that's just fun. The other thing you can also do with Higgsfield is you can also do really high end and really good deep fake stuff if you so choose. So things like this you can get really, really easy. Uh, and it always comes out looking good. Again, there's a benefit to doing it locally. If you have the hardware, it can be fast and you can iterate without having to pay for anything outside of electricity. But the downside of doing anything locally is you're not able to do the high end models. I think the last time I looked into doing anything locally, the highest end you can do is like WAN 2.5. That's pretty down below. 5,000 a month. Did you hear that right? No. 5,000 for 18 months. But I got my subscription as my Christmas present, and that was $800, and that's for 18 months. So that was I'll just show you guys the pricing on it real quick, just because why not? Um, Monthly is 250, or annual is 150 for 12 months plus 6 additional months on top of that. When I got this, that one wasn't in front of it. It was $49 a month for the annual membership. So it was actually a pretty goddamn good deal. So yeah. Yeah. But in July of 2027, it's going to be $5,000 in order to get more. And hopefully by July of 2027, I'll be able to afford that. If I tried to deepfake Avatar like Nux or Titty Fox, You know what? I haven't. Let's do that. Let's try it. We'll try it really quick. What the fuck? We'll try it really quick, and then we'll get started. Let's see. This is gonna come out looking fucking creepy as shit. I'll tell you that. Character prompt. IMAX. We'll do REFlex. Betting and happy holding. Okay. Let's see if it understands this. Testing it. Why am I doing the Lotta of all things in this? It will be apparent in the episode. It will be very apparent in the episode why Tectone is driving this instead of the Gooner van. But still, it looks amazing. All right, let's see what this looks like. You think it's too much for you to justify it to troll your friends like you've been doing with Suno? Well, that's the thing, right? If you want to do something like this, you want to actually, this isn't something that you can just fuck with, right? This is something that you're doing to create with. And, you know, I justify it for myself because I want to actually make something in my mind into reality. And I always have all these various concepts of videos and things that I want to see happen. And then it's funny to be able to input an actual person in there. And I think it's great. And I have a lot of fun with it. But if you're just trying to fuck with people, there are far, far better. All right. So, yep. There you go. There's Nux right there as an animated character. And there's Nux as a live action person. I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. It understood what a staccato is. I didn't put that as a reference. It understood what a staccato pistol is. And it understood how to actually put an Acro P2 red dot on there. Again, that's not something that you can get done with any other AI that I'm aware of. Where's the reference? Because I didn't even use a reference on it. Yeah, no, I know that they're fucking pieces of shit. I know they're absolute shit boxes. But yeah, so this is a P226, right? But still, it understands what an acro is, where it would be mounted. It understood the assignment without me having to put anything in there. It's actually kind of fucking nuts. But yeah, we're doing the Lotta for the memes because I was thinking, like, okay, I know the fucking the Gooner van is a Honda Odyssey, and here in the U.S. it's kind of a fucking a really stupid ass car. What's something even worse that would be over in Vietnam or something like that? And I don't want to do like a Peugeot or something like that, or some Saab or anything like that that could kind of be made cool. I wanted something that was beyond gay. So that's why we chose the Lotta. I know they are trash, but we're kind of going with, something that's more Hoonigan inspired. So that's kind of have it the Goonigan. Ooh, yeah. Okay, we'll call it the Goonigan. That's a good one. Yeah, absolutely. It knows more about guns than leaflet. Absolutely. Staccato and acro. Well, yeah, what a staccato an acro on a fucking handgun is absolutely fantastic. Why wouldn't you use that? The only reason you wouldn't is if you well, I mean, for a carry, you'd probably still use an RMR, but still. The twin turbos I don't. Zoom in. Did it put the optic plate needed to mount the optic? It kind of looks like it. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still an incorrect placement, right? Because on an actual staccato with an acro, you'd have you'd still have a plate that would be that you would need to have on there, and it would actually be it would sit lower than that is. So just to show the reference really quick, and this is just showing the impressiveness of AI, but still, um, you would have your plate, and on a staccato, it's a Dawson plate, or you can get the iOS thing from Nighthawk on there, and it actually sits lower than this. So, but still, even then, it's still a fantastic. It still is amazing that it understands that in the first place. That's it. So it's yikes that the AI catches it. And also, that the lag is fucking obnoxious. Oh, sorry. But no, the twin turbos, like the way that this came out, looks really great. The Toyo tires, I think, is funny. GamerStop's flashlight, of course. Star Wars PCs. This is Tectone's race. Like if Tectone had a racing car, this is what he would have. This would be his race car, 100% guaranteed. Okay, cool. So let's. And this was also I was testing with different lenses and seeing what I liked the look of and um what it could do. And then some of them it made it just look it was just straight up all right, fuck it, it's a Mustang. And some of them also looked really looked good, but they were missing some shit. Like this I think was missing Mythic, but I don't know, man. This is the only way like if I saw a fucking Lada that was set up like that, I might not give them shit, right? I don't think I would give somebody shit if they were driving a Lada that was clapped the fuck out like that. You know what I mean? But the GTA Mercedes copy was a blessed car. Uh, oh fuck! I totally forgot about putting Code Baldy on there. Should we put Code Baldy on the car? Yeah, no, there's Nux is going to be in the episode. He absolutely is. But this was just taking the avatar, his actual avatar, putting it in there, and then this is what it came up with. So still pretty close to the way that I portray him. Right. There you go, Nux. Okay, let's just do that. Um there is also a sticker that reads Code Baldy for 10% off on the Carazes. All right, let's see if we can generate that real quick. All the cool stuff are actual cartoon painted with spray can. I could do that actually. Hold on. With paint can art. Let's see if we can do that. Plays the Code Baldy theme song. Yeah. You'll be honest, long time Nux watcher. He got mad you made him look like a goblin. I know he did. You only watch Nux because of me? That's wild. Hard to find a one other $7,000 now. Yeah. Yeah, I've said it before. I wish I knew more about cars because it seems like something to be cool to really work on, but I'm not mechanically inclined in that way. If I'm gonna set up a robot, no problem. But if I'm gonna do something with a car, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So, all right, look at that. Code Baldy for 10% off there on the back. That's fucking awesome. That's actually really sick. Let's see what else we get. That one's also really good. The OTK shit. Uh, that's good, but it's kind of missing the Adidas styling. Yeah, this one's amazing. That is a car. What is this monstrosity? What is this disgusting thing? I I don't know what that is, but it's really gross. Okay, let's see. Uh let's try that one more time because it fucked up doing the paint can stickers. I still had stickers in the thing. That's something all right. Yeah. It's the worst part of all the Mustangs. I know. I know. It's so fucking foul. That is a super cursed car right there. Uh, this one's not it's not terrible. Uh Code Baldy. Yeah, it's got the Code Baldy in the right places. It looks stance to be more like trying to be off-road like a rally car, but hey man, have a fantastic rest of your evening there, Mega Wizard. All right, let's see if we can get the rattle can art on there. Or okay, that's that's something. That is the Adidas Code Baldy. Ooh, bolded Code Baldy. That's pretty good. What the fuck is that air intake doing? Uh the stripes are just rattle canned on, it looks like. And there's still stickers. I don't want stickers on it. All right. Last one, and then we'll really get started with things. This one right here, we'll make this one drive. We'll make this drive. And you know who will make drive this one? Should we have Nux drive this one? uh, yeah, because yeah. Ooh, what about that one? That's not bad. I don't know what that is. And it's missing Mythic. Gamer Sups, yep, is the main sponsor. Yep. Yep. No, not that one. That's a okay. That's a car. That's also a car. Flashlight on the fender. Yeah, mythic talent. Kill body for 10% off. Okay, we're gonna take this. This thing looks just like trash. No, we can do better than that. We can do better. We'll do one more, I promise. One more selection, and then we'll have it like drive around. Are we trying to make Nux like us again? Nux said he has a Tesla? Oh no, why does he have a Tesla? Teslas are shit. Better than the Bagel Mobile? The Gooner Prize car rental. The stars of David all over. Oh no. I mean, he should be happy that he's not driving a fucking bagel car anymore. For now. For now. That's a wild side shot. I don't even. Okay, that looks more like a Beamer. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad she didn't fucking kill the Wi-Fi router, because holy shit. That fucking cat, man. Okay. Not this one. We'll do this. Hold on, let's copy that. Wait. Hold on. We need the blue man is driving it, and the streets of we're gonna do 24. We're gonna generate the image, and then we'll animate it. The Anux had a motorcycle he could summon. He does, but this is Tectone's car, and we're just gonna animate the car fucking driving. We're not gonna do this car is gonna actually be in fucking Vietnam. Like, this was the first one that we were gonna have, but we started adding some more like sponsors and shit to it. But it's gonna be in Vietnam. So that's what we're gonna do. So it's like with the painted on art style, it's doing better with what it is instead of the stickers. And I think we'll just keep the painted on art style because that seems to suit it better. The motorcycle only summonable in Super Jew form. Well, he's in the Super Jew form for this, but yeah, the very first thing you see is him, and then boom, right here down below, fleshlight. Oh no, poor Nux. Oh no. I do not know where the leash is at. Yeah. Or, launching and accelerating at high speed down the road. Area. Racing action. And 22 off flashlight? No. 22% is supposed to be the number for the car. And then code Baldy for 10% off. It doesn't work for flashlight, but it works for gamer subs. It's a whole thing. No, 22% is his number. We can't have 69 because that's going to go on Asmon's car, right? Because that goes with his fucking robes. So if Nux, he'd take the into the Jew tunnels anywhere. Yeah, pretty much. No, he's gonna still do cool stuff. He is just the first person that I saw to integrate into this, just to have him just drive it. This isn't gonna go in the episode. We're just gonna see what it looks like. Who's 420? Who would 420 be? I don't know who 420 would be, but I don't think that would be Tectone. Tectone's 22%. I need to figure that out. That's a good one. Maybe it'd be something that Donut would put on his car just to think it's funny. What did you walk into? Making a Metascrew Mario Kart video? No, we're making the Tectone episode. I'm saying, so this is our final version of the car, and right now we're testing to see how it works with somebody driving it and how it can maintain itself as it drives. So that's kind of what we're going after. It's just a test. I mean, uh, it needs sound. Like, all the sponsors in the back are getting all sorts of fucked up over time. But if I can figure out the perspective so it's not that bad, like, that is some nightmare shit right there. So again, these are the limitations that we have with AI that we got to work with. I think this first one was the best. But so let me explain really quick what's happening with this. So the reason that this is happening is, in this image, it's emulating not just the car, like the elements that are in there, right? It's not just using these different elements. The other thing that it's also doing is there's a bunch of things that it's trying to keep consistent from the original image, like any film grain, any distortion, anything that could be caused from the lens, whatever, right? And it's taking all of that, and as it generates, it's starting to lose the original context because it's just not able to truly understand how to keep it all in one piece. Now, what we can do is we can let's download this. And I'm going to show you guys how we can try and get this to be more consistent. let's go to flow, frames, import. It's bigger than 20 megabytes. I should have known that because these things are all fucking gigantic because they're 4K. Open with paint, save as JPEG. Yes. Where the fuck did I save that, by the way? Okay. So if we save it as a JPEG, then that's fine. So we upload that. We're gonna crop it in just a little bit. Oop. Crop what we need. And then in the video, I had prompted it to be something different. And boom. So hopefully it can keep it more reasonable. And there are ways where you can take a singular object. So like I can go in and I can take this shot right here and I can say, you know what? Give me a multi-shot. So what it's going to do is it's going to take the reference of everything that's happening here and it's going to generate multiple shots of this car and it's going to take the prompt and it's going to do everything in its power to try and generate everything all together. So then it'll just give me different angles. Sometimes it's not perfect, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But what you can do with multi-shot is you can, in different angles, is you can use that in order to create something that's a bit more cohesive for and you can actually kind of combine that as a package. So you can reference all of those files together, like saying, this is the car, front, side, rear, other side. So, you have all of those together and you have 4 images that are the car, and then you can put somebody in the seat, and then you can have it go, and it'll try and keep everything together as much as possible because it understands all these various angles. Trying to get rid of the Planet Fitness. What do you mean Planet? What recent events? What do you mean recent events? You think you'd better off telling the AI to put a television on the side of the car? I mean, maybe. Some of the things Nano Banana did were also kind of crazy, but it just isn't the same. Planet Fitness jerker in the bathroom. Oh, I don't know anything about that. I had no idea that was a thing. Okay. Hopefully this works. So it has Veo is its own thing where it has fucking issues showing a wide variety of things. Like I think it was earlier I had tried to do the Jesus Christ. All right, well, it's not going to work in Veo. That's unfortunate. Huh? Oh. Oh. How did he do outside? Oh, there he is, munching on some grass. I mean, if it works, it works. Interesting. So we can see here that it tried to generate some of these, and some of these are on point, like Gurskin Impact. Like it's really losing the plot when you're trying to do these, but still, it's just the latest and greatest in what we can create. Can I prompt AI to make that Planet Fitness video? I mean, yeah. All right. I don't know what it's doing, but it's making some trash. That wasn't bad. It's not bad. Now, obviously, I know that it's it's look, we can all look at all of these things and we can point out a million different things that are wrong with it. But still, the fact that we can take this image and we can give it a prompt to have it go and do something, and we can get something like this is actually kind of wild. And this is also this is the worst it's ever going to be. Try drifting. Okay. Before launching, at high speed, and then drifts around a corner onto the next. All right, let's see if we can do that. Let's see. I think it was this one. It's just like we're rapidly approaching that point where we can really do some crazy shit. The turbo whine. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have the fucking it doesn't have any of that fucking shit, I know. Or the fucking blow off valves. The sound of the turbo can be heard as he drives. Let's generate 2 more. We're playing with it just to kind of see what we can get. But yeah, we're at this point where we can. I also think here's what we're gonna do. Get rid of that. Let's do. What if we do? I think we can make an X special really quick. We're gonna ditch Nux for this one, and we're just gonna put actual Tectone and Mango in the car. How about that? It loves doing burnouts in 4-wheel drives. It does. Like, let's see. Let me find another example. And listen, just to be really clear, it may not seem impressive, but the fact that we're even getting this in the first place is wild. It's been really difficult to get this sort of shit. Like here's one. So that's one that we had with Asman. We had oh, here we go. Like, it doesn't understand 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive, doesn't understand what you need for, like, proper drifting. There he is. There he is. Little fucking shitbox. Oh god. Yep. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Like, those are good, but we could do better. We can do better. It hurts. Uh, mm, good coffee. I've said it before, and I'll say it many times. If you own if you don't have an espresso, and if you can afford one, they're worth it. Perfect fucking coffee every time. Definitely a great X photo. Yeah, yeah. I want to, but it's not just the photo that's perfect. It's also the fact that it's gonna be we we could do better. Uh, doesn't really look like him. It's getting his tattoos. Okay. All right, we'll do this one. Animate. Uh, all right. So let's see. This is another one. Okay. Okay. That was a decent little drift. There's a decent little drift. Like, it wasn't the best, but it was decent. Like, some of it's kind of getting there. So stupid. It's like slow-mo. Okay. Uh can AI do a J turn? I don't know. I don't fucking know. It's I'm I of all the times that I've been spending like making AI content, Higgsfield is by far the closest that I've seen to actual cinematic level stuff. And even just like ignoring the audio for a moment, like the smoke detail, how it obscures things properly, like it looks really fucking good. But I don't think it can do a J turn. I don't think so. I want to see these fucking Tectone ones happen because as soon as we find a good one, I'm gonna fucking tag him in it. He's not gonna fucking watch it, but I'll tag him in it at least. He hasn't seen shit that I've made in a while. Let's see. I mean, outside of the sparks under the car, it looks. Oh no. Oh no. It looks good. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There. He's coming. What the fuck happened there? Oh, it's not terrible. I want to. We could do better. The sparks coming from the lotto. Hey, it's realistic. That's exactly what it would happen. What would happen? But here's the thing that's frustrating to me, right? Is I'm out here making this, and then everyone else is looking at. I don't know. It's so frustrating that people don't understand just how much is out there, and they're just looking at what Imagine does or whatever. And it's just like. It was almost there. Almost there. Quick slop is cheap. It is. It really is. There's two turbos and a lot of me all over the place. Yeah, it would be so wildly I don't even know what the like. Yeah, that is a drivetrain that is not like even if you were just to use it for the frame and you like LS swapped it or something, like what how the fuck is that little frame gonna control that? It's just I don't know. Yeah, but quick swap is cheap. It is. And that's what's irritating is that I want to do more and I want people to hold things to a higher standard. And I know what I make. I'm very aware of what I make. But I want things to be held to a higher standard. It may as well be on glass. I know. Easiest comparison would be the Aussie burnout cars. Yeah, but uh, I bet you. I bet I could get this to understand how to make a fucking badass Subaru Ute. I bet you could do some crazy shit with like. Well, no, they don't like Subarus. Um, the it's not a Holden, is it? Is it a Holden? Um, shit. Well, I know you could do like a Lancia or some fucking garbage. Holden, okay, that's yeah. Like I've seen that sort of shit. I used to have a bunch of at one point in my life, I didn't have nothing going on, and I was getting paid a shitload of money to sit in an apartment in Florida, right? And they, someone wanted me to house sit for them or sit in an apartment really for them. And my sleep schedule was so fucked up that I was awake during Australian hours. And so I was mainly playing with a bunch of Aussies. And so I've seen and talked about lots of cars with them before, but it's been a while. Yeah, I know the El Camino type is a Ute, but Utes are also very it's a very specific type of thing. It's an El Camino is definitely an American version of it, but they're still very different. Um, if you were to take like a Chevy Colorado and you were to lower it down to the height of like a Hyundai Sonata or a Camry, but you still kept the bed. That's kind of what a Ute would be if you're not familiar with them. But the short wheelbase on a Lada would be insane dog shit. Yeah, I know. Other way around, you fucking blasphemer. What do you mean? El Caminos actually originated in Australia, didn't they? Oh, well, learn something new every day. But I do. It's still they're just basically sedan pickup trucks. The Santa Cruz by Hyundai is terrible. Yeah, the Santa Cruz by Hyundai is a fucking piece of shit. That one's a piece of shit. There's another one of those that's just fucking awful. That sounds like a fucking Ute or a Lada. Just I wanted to go down the fucking street. Let's see. Give me a second. Uh let's do a we'll do an orbit shot. And then we'll do another one. Um okay, that's still going on X. All right. It's not quite him. It's not quite Tectone. Like this is a much more believable Tectone. But it's not quite him. There's like I don't know. Someone wanted da, da, da. Oh, go in during the week and then go to church. And yeah, and I know a little bit about that. I remember that story. There was who the fuck was it that did a whole deal on BNS balls over in Australia, And if you're from Australia, you know what I fucking mean. Those nasty fucking festy fests. Those things are fucking gross as shit. But the BNS balls, they're basically giant redneck orgies. Um, uh, but it was mentioned in there about BNS balls, and then there was a documentary about BNS balls. Not really a documentary, but just like someone talking about it and showing about it. Yeah. It was interesting that that's their mating rituals out there in the boonies in Australia. Chevy El Camino car truck originated in Detroit, USA, as a response to Ford Ranchero in 1959. That sounds more. Doesn't like driving that side view starting point. It seems. Yeah, if it doesn't like that side view, that's fine because I can change it. Like it's not a big deal. I want something that looks more like him in there. Oh God. Uh, thank you, fucking Aussie butt fuckers. Exactly. It's something, dude. Those BNS balls. Yeah, I need to find the. I'll see if I can find it, but it's someone did a documentary on it, and it's just the nastiest fucking people imaginable, just going there and just fucking. That's all they do. It's just mud everywhere, and people just go to town. Um. All right, let's see if it gets these images right. So I know one of them is with an orbiting shot, the other one's without to try and get that. And then we have 4 more that are generating to see if we can get something at a different angle. That one's a little closer to what he looks like if we have to use it, but it is what it is. Aussie mud, yeah. Yeah. No, it's some fucking gross ass shit, dude. Why does it just take off that way? That was better. Better. There's that one. Okay. Nope. Oh, 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 that was great. Some of the camera shots are actually pretty fucking crazy. Is that a Knuckles on the back? Is that just a random Knuckles plushie? What is that? Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, that looks like him for sure. Ooh, that one's really good. Uh, okay, we'll animate this one. All right, this is the last generation that we have. I think this is the one I might post. It took you a sec to realize where you were. There's some McDonald's right by there. I have no idea where it is. I have no idea where that is. Oh, those weirdos. You live in Australia and took you a minute to know what you're talking. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That high compression can't live in. Huh. Probably LA. No, it's not supposed to be LA. It's supposed to be San Antonio. The Alamo. I mean, it doesn't really look. It doesn't look that much like San Diego. San Diego's a lot more modern now. At least last time I went. The palm trees definitely make it seem like it'd be like San Diego or something. But I put San Antonio, so I was trying to have it do that. I said, and I just said downtown San Antonio. So like, if it looks like downtown San Antonio, then let's take a look. Downtown San Antonio. Street view. I mean, looking at some of these, like, I can see it being San Antonio here and there. Like this picture, if you told me that this was in Oklahoma, I would have fucking believed you immediately because it looks like Oklahoma. But the palm trees are definitely throwing it off. The palm trees are definitely giving it vibes of something else. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of getting San Antonio. Kind of getting there. The palm trees aren't common everywhere. Yeah, the palm trees are not great. I don't know why I put the palm trees in, but whatever. I know that they're very specific. They're also very expensive. Very, very, very expensive. So we're gonna finish this and we'll put it in the I'm gonna post it on X. It is pretty close. Just from those, the few images I've seen. I haven't been down to San Antonio in a very, very long time. I think it's been like 12, 14 years since I was last down there. My family has well, when my grandpa was alive, they used to have a road down there and named after our family. And then there was my my Uncle John, great Uncle John, actually. That motherfucker, you want to talk about a wild man. He has a Toyota Camry. And he took it upon himself that he wanted an upgrade. So what did he do? And again, this was like 12, 13 years ago, 14 years ago, something like that. He specifically went out and he found body kits that exist for Toyota Camrys. to make it look like a Cadillac CSV or CTV, whatever. So he made this fucking thing look in every way, shape, and form into looking like a fucking Cadillac with badging and everything. Like, you know, and if you took a look at the car, like, you know, a quick glance, you're like, oh, maybe that's a Cadillac. You look at it again, you're like, wait a minute, what the fuck is that thing? So he had that. Every square inch of his wall has my great grandma's paintings all over the place. I think she has some pieces in the Smithsonian, and then uh, you know, he spends his day sitting on the front porch with a double barrel shotgun shooting snakes that come up. So, upon what road in San Antonio? No, it was that was outside of um Fort Worth, and then the but I remember on that trip we went to San Antonio because my dad wanted to go and do something over there, so we went to San Antonio. Uh, but I don't remember a whole lot about it. I know I don't go down to fucking Dallas or Fort Worth or anything like that unless I'm armed. That's a place you don't want to fucking go, you know, and not be armed for any way, you know. You don't know what the fuck you're gonna run into down there. So let's see. Like we're no, okay. So I think the one that I'm gonna post to him would be this one. This one's good. No, not that one. All right, let's get that. That's perfect. Excellent. Excellent. Fuck Fort Worth. Yeah, without, yeah. Right by there is the Manger Hotel bar where Teddy Roosevelt used to go. Really? Interesting. Okay, so then hold on. I'm uploading it. Give me a second. All right, all right. And beep, 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 beep. There you go. Excellent. Is this does it do the same fucking thing on That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. We really are in a new world. I mean, look, man, if you had told me that AI would be at this, because you know, every day, every single day, I try and push the boundaries of AI, right? And if you had told me that you'd be able to get something like this at the level of detail that this has, I wouldn't have believed you that we would have it so soon, because like I'm hard referencing different brands. I'm hard referencing logos and creating stuff. Like there's a whole bunch of shit that I'm hard referencing that I'm not describing. Like I'm not describing the Starbucks logo or McDonald's or anything like that. And it's getting the text on there correctly. It's placing it in a way that makes sense. And it's fucking wild that we're already at the point where it can create an image that looks like this. Now the video, it needs some work, but like give it just a little longer. Give it another 3-4 months and we're gonna be in some wild fucking territory. Wild, wild shit. The number one thing that sucks, so Higgsfield, and just, I know this is kind of me just talking about Higgsfield, but the number one thing that sucks about Higgsfield is the audio. The audio fucking sucks. The audio for the car, it sounds right for it, right? But it really struggles to do audio properly. And I I don't know, man. I think in a lot of ways, audio that syncs with video is going to be the next thing that where things are really heading. And I think that's probably the biggest thing to tackle over, consistency with text and elements and characters and all of that. Because, if we're being completely, real, we can figure out how to make something more consistent, right? The thing that really sucks as a creator is if the audio sucks in a generation, I have no choice but to regenerate that from scratch. Now, if these models start having things where you can regenerate the audio or you can introduce samples of what you want it to be, then that's actually going to go a long ways. And there's certain things you can do in like Suno where you can have it do things like that, where you can enter a melody and then you can have it cover that melody and use that melody in things. So, there's definitely things you can do using Suno. But when it comes to generating video, there's just nothing that really works. I've also tried using 11 Labs. So 11 Labs also has a feature that is supposed to do video to audio, and it's supposed to provide a replacement, for all of the audio on there and see what's on the screen, maybe take in a prompt. And every single time that I've uploaded a video to it, it's failed. It's never done a good job whatsoever in doing that. And then the effects that 11 Labs is generating, they're not good for what I'm trying to do. And if I really wanted to dive deep into being a sound engineer, I can promise that I can use 11 Labs in a way that's actually going to be pretty successful. But I don't know if I really want to go down the depths of being a sound engineer, because that is such a rabbit hole to go down. And as creative as I am visually, I am not creative enough like sound guys. Like I don't know if you guys have ever listened to like the Lucasfilm guys that, or anyone really that makes sound effects for things. Like there was the Warframe guys and how they make sound effects for the various characters and actions and stuff like that. It's actually pretty wild at what people are able to do and how creative they are in getting those sounds, because they have an idea of what they want something to sound like, and then they can get that sound effect. But where it gets even more wild is, okay, you have a sound effect and you have a soundscape that you want to create. These guys are able to actually put it together. I have an idea of what I want, but I don't know how to achieve that. And the time it would take in order for me to create that soundscape isn't really worth it. I would rather either have somebody that wanted to partner in order to create that soundscape, or have an AI that can do it. And I think we're getting to the point where AI can do that sort of thing. A sound designer will absolutely still have a job, because at the end of the day, I don't know how many times that we've listened to Suno tracks, even with the latest and greatest models, where it still comes out sounding like shit. And it's a huge, huge problem, because you want to be creative, you want to have a really good sound, and you want to have something that's super awesome. And then the vocals suck, the whatever just starts sounding crunchy, bass drums, the melody kind of gets a weird warble to it, and it just doesn't sound good. And sound engineers and what they specialize in is being able to fix that, right? I have heard some pretty atrocious bands play in a recording studio before, and then I have sat there and I have watched a sound engineer work their magic and make somebody that sounded like trash into sounding like they're pretty good. I don't know how to do that, and I wish I could, but I don't have the time to research that. Instead, I would rather focus on the visual aspects of what I want something to look like and kind of creating the vision of what I want a scene to be, because that seems to be more of my gift than necessarily sound. When it comes to music, I know exactly what I want, but sound effects, forget about it. That's an entirely separate thing. I don't even know how to even do that. But in any case, let's see. Oh no. Amazing. Okay. All right. Let's. Hey, Darren, what's up, dude? And Dio, how's it going? You guys have missed out on something, that's for sure. Okay. I also have a feeling. Okay, here's the other thing. Finding the FTX, sealing the F box. I want I want something to be in here about resurrecting the gay elves. Asobi really needs a good sound engineer. Does he? I know where to find like if I'm just creating general Foley and I'm creating a soundscape, I can do it with AI. If I need it to match with the video, that's where I can't do it. And that's why I run into problems. And there's nothing on the market that allows you to do that. So, okay. We do need the gay elves. Because the gay elves were very much a thing that happened in the first Tectone episode, because he grabbed them as the Pokemon master. That entire storyline went right over his head. For what reason are you bringing back the gay elves? Well, the gay elves on Fent, they have to come back because he has to restore the F box. But remember how he wanted to be a Pokemon trainer? He's going to be given the last of the gay elves that they can use, and the only way to restore them to their full capacity is to get the F box back. So they're his version of a Pokemon. I don't remember if you guys heard that story from Tectone where he almost offed himself with the butter knife because he realized that he couldn't become a Pokemon trainer as a in real life. So that's kind of why we had the Pokeball and stuff in there, and him being a Pokemon trainer. I think we're gonna have that arc in there of him trying to train the gay elves on Fent to actually do what he wants. So yeah, he's gonna use them and they're gonna die immediately. So yeah, no, they're gonna be very much useless. And then where's the gay ballad? We need the gay ballad version. All right, and that was also with Suno 4.5. Let's hear what we got.
No one told me it'd be so intense. Never said I would be here again. To where the summer never ends. Smoking leaves, weaving dreams. Gales on Fent. Well, we're gales on Fent. And we're playing with our friends. There's a party in the twinkle crotch, playing hopscotch, looking up at the stars, consuming our minds by dropping bars with fentanyl, with alcohol. Being the gayest people in fantasy, fucking butts and saying no to pussy. Well, we're gay. fan.
I'm here's what I'm thinking is that he's training them to be oh fuck, I need to find that meme. I need to find it so then you guys understand exactly what I'm going to go for on this. Da-da-da-da-da. It's in my memes folder. It's one that shouldn't get me banned. I need to find Brother Crow. No, that's just a bunch of dudes killing each other. Shit. That's the spiky ball video. Definitely can't watch that one. Here we go.
Mashallah, Brother Crow. Mashallah. You're doing this, right, to save Brother Faisal. And I know it's come as a bit of a shock to you, but everything will be alright. Yeah? Okay. Now you see that over there? That's a sex shop, right? The US Embassy, but some other such slag utility. Right, now wait there. When I say you fly to the target, when I dial this, you go to heaven, Brother Crow. Inshallah.
So that I'm thinking we do something like that, but with the gay elves. That's my concept, right? So he's training them up and trying to get them ready, and then they just explode. That's that's my idea. Yeah, just the amount of like concepts that I have are just fucking wild. I have there's so many things that I can't show on stream. Oh, this is okay. At some point, and then this is also something I want to put in there because we are doing with the frogs. This is also something that I want to reference, and I doubt many people are going to get it. Oh, that has that song. We can't do that. So one of the frogs is going to become going to go to space. Absolutely. So those are two things that I'm definitely going to be referencing that we are going to have in this episode. But the Brother Crow, that is what we're gonna have for the gay elves. Space shuttle door gunner frog, something. He is gonna be something. He's gonna be sent off into space. I'm gonna figure out how to do that song in Suno and have it be something unique and different. But that's the idea, anyways. All right, let's listen to some more of these.
No one told me it'd be so intense. Never said I would be here again. To where the summer never ends. Smoking leaves, weaving dreams. Gay elves on fan. Well, we're gay elves on Fent. and we're playing with our friends. There's a party in the twinkle crotch, playing hopscotch, looking up at the stars, consuming our minds by dropping bars with fentanyl, with alcohol, being the gayest people in fantasy.
I hate it.
No one told me it'd be so intense.
What the fuck is this?
Never said I would be here again. To where the summer never ends, smoking leaves, weaving dreams, gay elves on Fent. Well, we're gay elves on Fent, and we're playing with our friends. There's a party in the twinkle crotch, playing hopscotch, looking up at the stars.
Nope.
No one told me it'd be so intense. Never said I would be here again. To where the summer never ends, smoking leaves, weaving dreams, gay elves on the fence. Well, we're gay elves on fence, and we're playing.
Why? Why? Because we did that with the fucking Hassan song, and it did not sound like that. It did not sound like some. I don't like it. That's more like it.
No one told me it'd be so intense. Never said I would be here again. To where the summer never ends.
I don't know why it's theater kid coded. I don't know.
Smoking leaves, weaving dreams, gay elves on Fent. Well, we're gay elves on Fent. No one told me.
Oh no.
No one told me it'd be so intense.
Okay.
Never said I would be here again. To where the summer never ends. Smoking leaves, weaving dreams.
This is.
Gay elves on Fent.
What have you walked into?
We're gay elves on Fent, and we're playing with our friends. There's a party in the twinkle crotch, playing hopscotch, looking up at the stars, consuming our minds by dropping bars with fentanyl, with alcohol.
This is absurdly gay.
Fantasy, fucking butts and saying no to pussy.
Okay. We're gonna have to go a different direction because this is uncontrollably like turbo gay, like gayer than fucking Hassan, and that's like that is the most closeted person I've ever seen. I don't think a more closeted person exists in the universe. Yeah, congratulations, you have managed to walk into the Bongwater zone. You have no idea what you're going to experience. Is it going to be Tectone peeling out in a car? I don't know. There's also, you don't know what the fuck is going to happen. You have no fucking idea what's going to happen. Anything can happen in these streams. We can go even gayer. Wait, we could use. Gene?
No one told me it'd be so intense.
Come here.
Never said I would be here again. To where the summer never ends. Smoking leaves, weaving dreams. Gay elves on Fent. We're gay
Like that was one of the original, and then we had the gay elves. Um, there was the elven polka metal that we had. A woman. All right, Gene, come here, buddy. Yep. Hey, you're being a problem, aren't you? You're trying to eat my toes and attack my feet. And then you're just gonna sit up there, buddy. That's his spot now. He's just gonna sit there. All right. Yeah, we'll come back to this. It's just an idea that I had. For the Lotta, though, we already have that.
Fucking lobsters for Fucking lobsters for money. Rolling in my larder. Fucking lobsters for money. Rolling in my larder. Drifting through the Nam heat, bopping to the best beat. I just need the deeds on stopping those pudgies, making tons of money. Gonna fuck your honey, dropping bombs and eating bologna. Watching this jungle burn before me. Ain't no stopping, ain't no capping, ain't no mercy left to go tanning. I care about only one thing. You gotta start up a fling, ready to fucking anything. Because it's always about the money, can't stop the cash flow. It make your mind blow just how deep I fucking go. Stacking body, fucking hotties, just gonna drive my shit box now. Hear that 4-cylinder go boom boom pow. Vroom vroom wow. No one can stop me because it's all about the money.
Like I have the song.
Fucking lobsters for money. Rolling in my larder. Fucking lobsters for money. Rolling in my larder.
See,
Lobsters for money. Rolling in my larder.
so many of you guys, it was frustrating when we were actually making that because we were not getting the fucking Russian hard bass stuff. It would just turn into dubstep fucking garbage. But yeah, no, I made sure that we had as soon as we came up with the Lotta thing, that I made sure that we had the fucking song for it. So here's the other thing that I want to try and figure out. Real quick, because we're still kind of in like the early stages of making sure all of this works, right? Oh, what are you doing, Gene? Oh, you're leaving. So, fun fact. We had 10 tracks that we had for Ketamine Dreamin', and that was for 40 minutes of content. French chanson with vile, disgusting lyrics. Oh no. Should do bass boosted too, maybe. But so Ketamine Dreamin' had outside of like the theme song, there was 9 songs that were in there. Blaze It, we didn't really fucking hear. That was just in the background. And then Elusive Elon was sort of towards the end. But I want to try and have a soundtrack for each individual thing. Ketamine Dreamin' is so good, you might go watch it again. Yeah. No, there's only 10 tracks that we had for it. I think what is there more? No, 15 tracks. There were 15 tracks. Sorry. Yeah, no, 15 tracks for Ketamine Dreamin'. So we had 15 and they were all excellent. I really want to make sure that each like major thing that I create, that we have a collection of songs for each one of them. Goommobile song sound like Saturday morning cartoon. No, I don't think so. I want to keep it. as Russian hard bass because it's fucking it's a lot of. So yeah, all of these were fucking killer, and all these were fucking crazy when we were able to make them. So I want to try and have a soundtrack. I kind of want to between 12 and like 18 songs per like major episode is kind of what I want to shoot for. And we're only going to use little bits here and there of each one. We're not necessarily doing a whole thing for each whatever, but that's just kind of the concept that I have in my brain. And so we have a few that we can already reuse. So we have fucking Lobsters for Money, we have the first version, or we have the Lotta version, we have the theme song, and we have uh the ending version. So we do have 3 songs already. And so I want to I want to think more about. I mean, obviously, we're going to come up with songs as we get in there, but the Gay Elves on Fent, we're probably going to have to remake a new song for it. But I want to have one for the Gay Elves when they go in. At least one instrumental soundtrack or something that can be put over like combat footage. I think that would be good. I want to put more music into it and have more of a film sort of production on it. And so, and I we can definitely get there with Higgsfield and Veo, with start and end scenes, so we can really get there. We can have something really flow as far as the action goes. I'm just really the number one thing that I struggle with that is really really hard to do. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys. Give me a moment. Okay, so it was before this. And I was fucking with uh where was the dude on top of the tank? I guess it didn't save. That's frustrating. Oh. I remember. Okay, so let me show you guys an example of what I really struggle with and where we really need to figure things out going forward. Um, okay, so doing combat, it's kind of understanding the Tyranids, it's kind of understanding the Bane Blade. A lot of it, if there's like a muzzle flash, it thinks it's like a fucking flamethrower or whatever. Not what I really want to have happen. I'm going to definitely turn it down because one of these has audio that's really fucking scuffed. And like if it was just him shooting, then it would actually probably look really good, but unfortunately, it's treating the fucking muzzle flash as though it's permanently there. It's really annoying. Oh god. And then we get into yeah, I'm gonna turn that way the fuck down. My ears. Like it struggles. Like Kling is okay. Kling is probably the best that I got out of all of them. These are all different models, different attempts. But this was back to Higgsfield. Higgs field. Where's the LTX one? Anyways, all my point is, all I'm trying to say is it's really fucking hard to get good generations where like the effects in the background, they all look great. And then when it comes to muzzle flashes, it comes to like combat and shit like happening, it doesn't understand what's going on. It thinks that there's the muzzle flash and there's something beyond it. Like this is a real struggle that I have had in trying to get this. Like if I didn't have the it's understanding what Tau looks like, it understands all these things. But as soon as we introduce guns and we start having action, it just starts to really fuck up. And I don't know how to fix it. I have done everything in my power to fix it, and there's some things that I can do to make it look more cinematic where I can get away with not having a lot of hardcore action feet. What did I reference in the prompt? What do you mean? What do you mean, what did I reference? One of the major focuses for Ketamine Driven episode was the puppets, all having variations with theme like Ketamine Miners. You want to do something similar for this episode too? I kind of want to do something for the frogs. I don't know what I want it to be. Might be for the Sog frogs. I don't know. Because it's probably using the available Warhammer 40k art. It's using quite a bit. Like it's understanding. This is hard. Just prompted. There's no references. There's no nothing. All I said is I just said it's a guardsman sitting there. That's it. Like this is a panning shot. Again, it's just hard prompted. Nothing else. I didn't specify anything else outside of, exactly what's happening. And like visually, it looks really fucking good. Right? But as soon as we get into action sequences, it falls the fuck apart. And then sometimes when you do space combat, it looks like this, like some fucking claymation shit. It's fucking awful. And then when you try... Oh god, I'm sorry. Yeah, and when you try and just like prompt something, then you get just trash like this. And this looks like a fucking like student project of like a fucking video game. Probably worse than that even. Like visually speaking, it looks impressive. It looks really, really good. The majority of it isn't animated. I know. But it's still... That's moving way too fast. It was one of them I did. I think it was in my personal one. Try additional titled work with animation that matches. I mean, it's already going off of a lot of references in order to make it in the first place. And Higgsfield, this is with Higgsfield, this isn't with any of the other models. And the way it works is very different. And it understands things through text alone and a starting base image. And you can't add any additional context, but it'll still reference the original base image in any context that you put in the original image. And sometimes It does do a better job than most in doing shit. Uh, let's see. That one wasn't the real impressive one. Oh man, where's the fucking? There's one of these that was super fucking decent. I don't know where it went. It went somewhere. But anyways, there's some people ask you about the Sog frogs. They don't know about them like you do from their outside perspective. So I might need to specify that info to the audience. What do you mean? Like they don't understand that like what they are? Like I haven't done the official like introduction of the Sog frogs at all. And we're gonna use that same. We're gonna use all the clips from that Sog frog mission, but we're gonna enhance it and we're gonna add additional things to it. Yeah, no, we're gonna explain who they are and like what they're doing and all that shit. Like we're gonna do all that. That's not a problem. Um, Training Starship Troopers, Fallout 4, or specific animated works for 40K like Astartes. It's. I don't know if it'll understand that. I mean, we can try. Well, so here's the thing, right? So the Sog frogs and the fat frogs are technically two different groups, right? So the Sog frogs are the ones, and you know the way that I'm looking at it, right? So the Sog frogs and the fat frogs, they're all fat frogs at the end of the day, right? But the Sog frogs are like the people that get laid off at a development studio or whatever the case, that are extremely talented, and they're just they happen to be the collateral damage, so to speak, right? Because at the end of the day, all the fat frogs are just like failed developers, game journalists, and anyone that has to put fries in the bag, right? But the Sog frogs are meant to represent those that are made into fat frogs, and they're not doing it out of their own volition. They're just collateral damage. And so I want to have that be a secondary class of fat frog that can actually achieve things instead of the normal fat frogs that take a lot of managing. So that is gonna be a specification inside of the episode, showing the clear difference of the fat frogs failing to do something while the Sog frogs succeed, and all of that. So that is gonna be the main difference, and we're gonna add more detail to the Sog frogs and make them more badass and all of that shit. As we develop it. But that's kind of the concept that I have for them, because they're not everyone that has to put fries in the bag is necessarily the a brain dead idiot that is there because they deserve it. There are definitely people that, let's say Blizzard goes under, right? There's absolutely people at Blizzard that are extremely talented individuals that don't share those values that got them to be at that point where they have to put the fries in the bag. So that's kind of the concept. Anyways, like that's we'll see if we can do something more. Oh shit. So yeah. Um Will I add that? No, because that type of individual would take too many resources to send over there in the first place. I think that there's going to be differences. We're going to start going into the differences of the fat frogs. Do a separate render space. Yeah, no. I can. Yeah, lantern. I can definitely do something like that. Like but I want to do differentiation between the fat frogs to really bring home the point of kind of like what we're doing with it. Um. Okay, so we have our car. We have Tectone driving the car. It's extremely amusing. Yep, that's him. That's him driving his fucking Goonigan car. Wonder if there's any fat toads. I wonder what the differentiator would be. Like, I know what the differentiator, the difference between a fucking frog and a toad is, right? But what would the difference be between the fat frogs and the fat toads in this context? And I don't know. Interesting. All right. Let's do this. Okay. The mod is a toad? Maybe. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. I don't know. Okay, I need to is helicopter is saying a USA military base in Vietnam manned by fat guys in frog suits. The man is stated in the rear of Huey UH-1. The Huey distance shot. Toad is a Karen. It's really hard to differentiate, to be perfectly honest. Lands at and stepping out to meet the man in the row a cowboy. All right, we got our last two things before our first conversation. What did I make so far? Well, pretty much. The disappointment. That's amazing. Much wow, gay Eggman, a lot of yeah. Not quite there. Mm-hmm. Nope, none of those. Could have made a lot of gay with men on it instead. I could have. That's not a bad idea. Maybe he'll be gay in the next one. Also, egg, yeah. Hmm. Let's see. Nope, not the fat frogs. Yep, there's fat frogs right there. There we go. Man. Okay, it's just still. I don't want. What the fuck, dude? Um, action shot. That one's better. No, no fat frogs. All right, generating 4 more. It's really convenient that he can go between extremely hetero and then gay dude in the very next episode. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I also don't want to keep it. I want to keep the more deep fake sort of things out of there, out of the episodes themselves. Be like doing little one-off things like him driving in the fucking car is funny, right? But I know that it can get a little creepy to watch it with some, like there's a reason it was requested that for what's it called? Legal Mindset, that the ones that he had it to look a little less real, which I get that. Oh Jesus, dude. I am exhausted. Yeah, I know. I already put myself as the fucking fat frog leader. That one looks like the best. Yeah, we're gonna have to take it. Oh. No, I know. I'm just I'm trying to figure out how to which one kind of looks the best. I think it's this one because they're in their fucking frog suits. Okay. So on that one, of course it's too fucking big. I think they still have the robe available on Retro Rifle, if that's something that you would like. They're pretty fucking cool. They make pretty comfy shit. I still have a whole bunch of their stuff. I'm gonna get back into wearing my fucking button ups. So that's gonna be a thing again. Piece of shit. I want. Now we're gonna collapse it down just a hair. Cool. And then the says, welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. About time you showed up. And on the left says an egg. You know what? He said something about it today. Where is the let's see. I got tired of bitching that I fucked up the last time. I only broke a monitor. They start walking. Camera. All right. Retro Rifle a bit too loud for your liking. Yeah, I get it. I mean, they're really comfy shirts, and I wore them at the where I used to work, and I really like them. Hmm. I'll take it.
Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. About time you showed up. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. About time you showed up. I got tired of Asmon bitching that I fucked up the last time and only broke a monitor. Time you showed up. I got tired of Asmon bitching that I fucked.
What in the fuck? Okay. All right. Is the mat good? Yeah, the material, so the material is actually really nice. It keeps me like I can still wear it in a relative in a pretty cool room. They're very specific, you need to just wash them cold or hand wash, but the material is really nice. I can go out in really hot weather and they breathe really well. Um yeah, they're comfy. Like I'm very particular about how comfy the shirts are. And I don't want to just wear, a bunch of shit that's just terrible. So yeah, no, they're really really comfy. I wouldn't have bought so fucking many if they weren't comfy in the first place, right? There's lots of stuff that there's lots of different clothes and things that look cool, but then you get it and the material's fucking ass, and you're just like, I don't really care about it. But if it feels good, if it's a comfy thing, I'll go back and buy more.
Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. About time you showed up. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. About time you showed up. I got tired of. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. About time you showed up. I got tired of Asmon. Welcome to Vietnam, Egg. Welcome to Vietnam, Egg. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. Welcome to Vietnam, Egg.
And we're right back to this old fucking thing. God damn it. Yeah, comfy is super important. Like if like this is also a retro rifle like hoodie, and then on the back it's got RPG M60 and like some other shit, right? And it looks really cool, and it's also really comfy, and it's actually thick. So, it actually keeps you warm when it's cold out. It's a good, layer to have in cold weather. But, even if it's like, 50, even 40 degrees outside, it's pretty comfy. The only thing that really cuts through it is, and cuts through anything really is, when it's pretty fucking windy, and in here in Oklahoma, the wind can rip right through you a lot of times. What's the name of the bong water zone? Probably the same. Probably just keep it as Don. Don't know. I don't have any of the polos. I don't like the polos. I mean, like I don't mind I don't mind wearing polos, but the button ups were I like them a bit better. I was working at Boeing. I needed something that looked a little more professional, so I did the button ups. But the polos are okay. They don't come out with all of their designs in polos. Every design that they come out with is always in a button up and always as a flannel. The flannel is also pretty comfy. I know when you first get them, they can be sometimes they can have depends on how sensitive your skin can be. Sometimes they can be itchy, sometimes they can't be, and then a wash and they're fine. The flannels, they're nice. I like the different color variety they have, but the material itself is really nice. I just don't do the polos. I have a couple, but I just prefer the button ups.
Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. About time you showed up. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. Welcome to Vietnam, Eggman. About time you showed up. I got tired of Asmon. I got tired of Asmon bitching that I fucked up the last time and only broke a monitor.
Okay, we're gonna need to redo that image because of the gun. The polos, but if you want to do a polo, it's still good material. What is this? Yeah. God, this website sucks. Pepper ball launcher. $400. Yeah. Did they sell all those Remingtons they had? I wish I had the money for it. That would have been a fucking solid flip. Oh no, they still do. Okay. Yeah, I fucking know. I'm over 18, you stupid piece of shit. But every time it wants me to fucking people aren't gonna buy those. But that is something that's worth buying. Just swap out the rail. Sorry, I got an alert in my email of something that's very much worth every penny. I just can't afford it. I don't know how many they have. We can just re-Cerakote the lower, it'll be fine. Upper's the same. Yeah, it's just a fucking receiver that's different. Got dick mod. Whatever. Alright, sorry. Yeah, like it's the thing is I still have all of my alerts set up for when I used to do, buy sell trade for guns. And there's actually a really good deal that's out right now. It's for a uh a RemDef gun. It has everything on it as original except for the rail, because they put some piece of shit dick mod on there. But you get rid of that rail and you can turn $600 roughly into I don't know, 1,500 probably. You could probably make $1,000 off of it. Something like that. But no money to play. No money at all. Okay. Remdef. No, Bushmaster is not the same as Remington. Remington Defense is very, very, very different. One of these days I'll do another gun stream where I talk about the differences. That was not bad. Try that. Yeah, like uh what the other day I was going on about how fucking what's his name? Like military arms uh on uh on X was trying to say he had a Remington ACR, and I know that he does not have a Remington ACR. He's a Bushmaster. They're very different. You have a Bushmaster ACR, you're sitting on like, or sorry, if you have a Remington ACR, you're sitting on $50,000. You're sitting on a Bushmaster, you're sitting on like 3 grand. Don't suppose you know where somebody could pick up a CAC Mark 23 can? You got 8 or 9 grand? Because I know where one is right now. Is it the ACR or the 308 RemDef? No, it's one of the 5.56 ones. Yeah, Vegeta, if you got the money, I know where it is right now. But that's the price that's the price of a fucking Knights can. And the place that I know of, they it's where I used to work. I know they have them, and I know for a fact that they still have 3 or 4 in their safes. So I actually know a guy that has a 308 Knights NT4, and that is the guy that has that. He's a dude out in Florida. That motherfucker won't even sell that thing for like 50 grand. I tried to get that dude to sell. I actually know one guy that offered him $75,000 for the 308 NT4, and he still wouldn't sell it. Really spending up not that much? That's nuts. Yeah, well, that's what. Whoa, looking really good. I have one of the kitties at my feet, and I think it's Jeannie Weenie. Oh, okay. I love you. You already know. One sec. I'll be right back. Yeah, but for outside time, well. A little bit. Yeah, harnesses would be pretty good. I know he'd like that. Okay. Probably just go for BNT. Yeah, go for BNT. In fact, you know what? Hold on. And I can't show this on stream because I know what's gonna happen if I show the actual prices for things on stream. So give me just 1 second. Yeah, fucking. Yeah, just to give you an idea, if you want just the piston assembly alone, the piston assembly for the Knights piston is about $750, $725. If you want, there like right now for sale, there's 2 matching consecutive Mark 23s with the suppressors, and they're all consecutive. Those are $26,000 on a buy it now. Chances are, and they're not even doing offers. So yeah, buy it now at 26,000. I know for a fact that they can get that all day long for consecutive serial cans. Yeah. The time to buy Knights, the time to buy all of that was in 2021 or 2020. Now you're not going to do it. Yeah, get the B&T. It's the only option you really have, unless you actually have a lot of money. Like again, I know that you know that's the thing. I've bought, I've sold, I've traded, and I've dealt in high end shit. And I know when people say that they want something, I'm always like, do you really know how much that costs? Do you really have that much money? Because most people don't, and they want something and then they can't afford it. Like, do you want an end goal? I can get you an end goal. They're $6,500, but I can get you an end goal. Maybe they're $5,000 now, but they're expensive. Got to be well, here, yeah, to care about the cereal, sure. But when you have here's the thing. Here's what Mr. Lantern, let me show you something. Let me show you something. A lot of people just don't, and I'm not saying, that you don't know what you're doing. But let me show you an example. To a lot of people, they don't know what this is. They don't know what this is, right? So this this is from the same lot and was sold in the same package, all three guns. This is a set, but this isn't just a normal set. H&K or HK, they did a series of rifles where they were painted. That's not a FAL, that's a G3, or that's a HK91. It's an HK91 and an HK93, and then a Mark 23 with a Knight's can. Okay? So that's what those are. Now, those are a set, and those were painted in factory by HK, and they also came with painted magazines by HK. So this isn't just a custom job that somebody did. HK painted these in the factory as is. So that's rare as shit on its own. But these were also sold exclusively as a set, and then each one came with we sold 5 magazines a piece with each of them. The magazines are like $300 or something like that. This set, so we had 2 of the desert and 2 of the woodlands. Each one of these sets was $75,000. These sets were for sale and were up and available for 3 days before all 4 of them were sold out. In 3 days, for $75,000 each, all 4 of those sold. To buy them in the first place, I think it was like $7 or $8,000 to buy them in the first place. Surprised there wasn't an MP5 in there too. They weren't offering the MP5s, but that was the complete set. So, like, that's the kind of thing. You think, well, who cares about that? I promise you, there's people with a lot of money that do care about that, and to them, it's worth every single penny. And here's the other thing too. It's an HK. The value is only going to go in one direction, because people that are into HKs, they will pay anything that somebody asks to have something that's a collector item like that. So, if you want a Knight's can, you're going to pay what a Knight's can is worth. You want a Cayman helmet with the G24 and the armor oblique, you're going to pay for it. It's just the way it is. You're not going to get cool things unless you actually pony up and you really fucking pay for it. That's kind of the name of the game, and most people aren't ready. They're just not ready for it. So yeah, and here's the all black set. So this was the all black set. So that HK91 at the top with the actual original or no, that's the 33 or the 93. So 2 93s but this is the 93K, and then you had the shorty, the 53, and then your MP5 SD. These transferable, semi. Like, people are gonna pay. And I know what you mean. And here's, if I'm buying a gun to shoot, right? I'm gonna buy a gun to shoot. But if I want something, if you want to put money into something and you want it to hold value and you want to be able to sell it for a shitload more later in life, I can tell you for a fact that there is nothing better that you can invest in is the game. Or is not the game, in guns. You can see two squirrels fucking the state over with that at night with that headset. Oh, here's something else that's really fucking cool. All right, so it's a full power pack. Okay, nothing too crazy about it. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Oh, what's that marking on the front? What could that marking possibly be? A full power Swedish military surplus pack that somehow got back into the United States? What? Yeah, that's what it actually is. No, like it's I mean, shit, dude. M110s, they're whatever. You know, I don't know. The the suppressors are like what, 20 grand now, 15 grand, something like that. And then I know we had this one. Then we had M110 K1s and all sorts of shit, dude. Is that different than the US mil packs? No, there's no difference in there. The only difference was the fact that it was Swedish marked. Only difference. Nice. Smuggled? No, it was brought in legally by somebody. I forget the full story on it, but no, it was brought in legally. I mean, shit. I've held a Negev. We had a Negev. I think Post Malone bought that one. I mean, but find people that have actually used a fucking real Negev legally by somebody. I just don't remember the story on it. That's all it is. Was this? This was the Surgeon CSR. This is actually the same work gun that what's it called uses. The Secret Service. I mean, they use AIs too, but they also use those. You know, there's my old rig. Actually, I still have the plate carrier. I could not afford the rifle, especially because it has that. But that was before Colt actually started selling SCW kits. What was the most expensive single sale? I can show you. The minigun. And this was, I need to find more pictures of it, but the minigun, it was a transferable, and it had the Surefire rail mount and all sorts of other shit on it. That was 1.3 million. You have the Mars Tribute AR-500. Oh no. And then these were transferables. This one had the fucking super giga, like 1 watt laser on it. There was this. Yeah, these are actual Remington ACRs. And look at that. There's even a fucking Remington ACR lower right there in gray. So black, gray, and tan. Good luck ever finding those again. And then all 3 ops. So the 308, 300 Win Mag, and 338 Lapua. Like, what else do I have that was really fucking cool? Your brain peaks at real estate, not guns. I'm not sure you can ever justify that to yourself. Okay, so Lantern, let me take you. Let me show you real quick. Let me show you just real fast. This M60 in the back right here. So this M60 right here, M60 E4, and I think this got upgraded to an E6 kit. This M60 in 2020, this was worth for a Seiko Mare mount, you could get it for about 60,000. And for context, when you're talking about the manufacturer of an M60, there's actually quite a few people that made M60s, transferable M60s back in the day. And Seiko Marymount is the one that actually did a really, really good job at them. Those are the ones you want. Those are the ones people really, really want. But $60,000 is what that cost. Now, a Rock Island M60 that's transferable with an E4 or E6 kit, doesn't really matter what it is going to run you about $120,000. So it has doubled, but it is also for the much worse version, the least sought after version. The Seiko Marymount is going to bring an additional 40,000. So you could go from 60,000 to 160,000 or 180,000 for that same gun within 5 years. I would like for you to please point to an investment that can scale like that you can then use and abuse to your heart's content and resell it for significantly more than original. M60 doesn't shake the sight to death. That's why you make sure you actually put a good fucking optic on there, like the MGRS or an LCAN or something like that. But there isn't a single asset. I tell people all the time, there isn't a single asset like firearms that don't go up in value. Like, for example, that Knights can that's now so expensive, I promise you, you're never going to find it cheaper. It's only going to go in one direction. And here's something else also to think about. What markets do you watch to anticipate flux in a way that isn't arbitrary? Well, here's why they're always going up in value. So a little investment school kind of on guns. There's never going to be more of them. They're never going to make more transferable M60s, and there's always going to be less. No, I know it's out of reach, but there's always going to be less. Because here's what happens, and it's the same thing with suppressors, any NFA items. If somebody dies or gets arrested or anything like that, and it's not in a trust where they can be removed and it can be transferred to somebody else, it gets destroyed. The ATF will take possession of it and they will destroy it. So every single year, there are less and less and less transferable firearms that are available because they get destroyed for one reason or another. There are also some people that are absolutely stupid, and like, let's say they have a Mac 10 that's fully automatic. It's been sitting somewhere forever. They never took care of it. It's rusted to shit. They go to fire it and it breaks in a way that destroys the transferable part that makes it fully automatic. That's now completely gone. Like, there are some ways to kind of refurbish it here and there, but there's a lot of little legal loopholes and shit. But there are some ways to kind of repair it, but by and large, it's going to be destroyed. So it doesn't matter if you legally own it. If let's say you get arrested for a felony and you have transferable firearms, the ATF is going to destroy it. If it is in a trust, well, then it's going to go to other people that are in that trust, or you can be removed from that trust. Right? And then it can legally continue to exist until somebody forgets to update the trust with new members, and then it will get seized by the government and destroyed. So there is never going to be more transferable firearms. There's never going to be more Knights Armament Mark 23 cans. There's never going to be more MP5 SDs with Knights cans, or even, the fucking original HK ones. So that's where your market is every single year there's less and less. I mean, shit, in 2020, a Mac 10, you could still get one for about 10 grand, and now they're about 17.5. And I get it. They're out of reach, but you want to actually really, invest a lot of money. You cannot choose something that is better than a firearm to just park money into. Sure, maybe you can get into a fund that's going to actually give you better returns over a long period of time, but by and large, it's still a risk. With an NFA firearm, it's never a risk. You're always going to have a buyer for it, right? There's also so many unicorns. There was some lady, and I tell the story a lot. There was a lady who was selling a transferable MG42. Now, when as soon as we saw the pictures, we bought it immediately for $60,000 cash. They didn't know what they had. And so usually when you see M6 or MG42s, they're not really that worth it. I mean, if people want it, they want it. They've been converted, they've been used, shit, they're fucking whatever, right? Seems like whimsy to me. It's 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 always going to go up, dude. It's never going to be, you can resell them. No, you can resell them all the time. I mean, I don't have access to sell it, but I could go and sell, if my dad agreed, I could resell the sear pack that I have, right? But I'm not going to. But if you want to sell it, you certainly can. It feels like modern art in terms of value is psychotic. It's not. It's always determined. Okay, there's a couple ways it's determined. There's a lot of. I'll finish the story about the MG42 first, but then I'll talk to you. I'll explain why it's not psychotic. So the lady, that she was a widow and her husband died, and we saw the pictures and we bought it immediately. Turns out it was in mint condition, um, which is extremely rare. It had the original bolt and the original barrel, with no rust and no extreme wear. It barely showed signs of being fired. It had Waffen stamps on it, which is rare. And then it also had a date marker instead of a serial number, which tells you immediately that it was used by Rommel. And so, in Rommel's Africa Corps. So, and then you look at the paperwork, and it was a World War II bringback. So, because the manufacturer was Germany, you did the FOIA request. It was used by an officer. So, right there, you just found something that is far more than just a normal MG42 that somebody was selling because they didn't know what they had. That gun sold for $90,000 or $100,000. Easy flip, easy. But the way that the prices work, the prices are pretty easy. It's whatever people are willing to buy it for, and there are always buyers for it. There always will be, because it is always something that people with money usually have. But things don't, they can't go down in value, because find another one, right? You're not going to. You're not gonna find another M60. You're not gonna find another, even a dealer sample no law letter MP7. You're not gonna do that. But the price is dictated by people bidding on it. And here's an example of that. There's a guy, that used to be, he was like the son of a rock star. He had a shitload of money, and he wanted a 240 Bravo machine gun, which is a 7.62 machine gun. It's used by the U.S. military. I don't think I have any pictures of it offhand. That he wanted one, and the going rate at the time for them was about $175,000, because it's a belt-fed machine gun, and that's what people have been paying for up until that point. Well, because this guy wanted it so bad, he let somebody beat him over the head with his wallet, and he ended up paying $500,000 for that 240 Bravo. Because this guy showed that he was so fucking hungry for that gun, he just increased everybody else's value of that 240 Bravo to now be higher than Giraffe Pussy, because he decided that he wanted to build it up. Now, the price may come down a little bit, but it's never going back down to 175, because it was just proven that somebody really, really wanted it to be up there. Maybe it'll go back down to 450, and then it'll start climbing back up. But there's never more of them. You're never going to get any more of them. As soon as that guy dies, he doesn't have anybody to pass it on to, and he's going to either sell it, or it's going to be destroyed when he dies. Like, it's all about what people are willing to pay for things, especially when it comes to rare stuff that you just can't obtain. That's kind of the way that it works. I mean, shit. When the Knights PRT suppressors were coming out, we had one before everybody else. little tiny fucking microchodes. And my boss, I think he got word that they were about to go live with selling them. And we had one before they showed them off at SHOT Show several years ago. And instead of holding on to it, he decided to sell it at a buy it now of $13,500. Somebody thought, I'm going to be the first one with a PRT suppressor. They bought it for that much. 2 weeks later, Knights released them at $1,005. So there's a book called $1 Million Stuffed Shark. It's about Brandon. You should give it a read. Makes you itchy. Well, it's set at the market value because other want to get that much too. Well, it's not even the fact that other people want to get that much too. It's the fact that, again, find another one. Like, here's a good example. Go out there and find another 338 Lapua AWM, an op, an actual fucking op. And this one also had the serial number of 007. Find another one. This, I sold that gun for $42,000. Find another, that's the way it is. Find an actual complete Remington Defense ACR. Find the compact, like that's the name of the game. Anybody can go out there and, oh yeah, I can get another Noveski. Oh yeah, I can go and get another fucking Team 17 or 17 Designs. I can go out there and get that. I can even go out there and I can get another Remington MCS and put a side saddle on it. Like, that's fucking easy, right? The MCS are still kind of expensive for what they are. And you can do that, but when it comes to something like that, that's limited production, they're hard to get. It's a surgeon firearm that's never going to get that, or an M110. Like, that's just it's just its viability. Oh. I mean, listen, the dude that I worked for at the shop, I mean, he made himself millions upon millions of dollars over decades of selling. Like, it is a market that is healthy, it is strong, it is constantly going. And with guns, there are two seasons: the buying season and the selling season, right? There's times where you just want to acquire, and there's times where you sell. And being a knowledgeable person when it comes to that is what really distinguishes people that are successful and not. And people need to understand that there's times where you need to spend money to make money later on. But I've seen it work. It's the demand is always there. People always want something. Like Eli wants no, I get what you're saying, that your brain can't allow it, and I get that. A lot of people have that same exact thing, right? People can't grasp that there's that much money out there. People can't grasp that people want to buy the a Voodoo M for $82,000, which is just a longer range thermal optic that I would never buy. Just buy a fucking a Nox 35. Don't buy a fucking Pixels on Target. They're not worth it. In my personal opinion, they're not worth it. But, like, people want to buy it. They want what they want, and a lot of people that are at that level, like, I don't know, man. It's really hard to describe just how many people are out there trying to do it. Now, here's, you also have people like I can't show that image. People that, let's see, getting your FFL in certain states. Yeah, I mean, shit, dude. Here you go, Powder Springs Mac 10. That sold for a pretty penny. I think I sold that one for 15,000. I think had a suppressor for it. I don't remember. It's the same for art. Well, it's not the same as art. It's different, right? I would say it's close. Okay, it's closer to classic cars. It's a lot closer to classic cars. The difference between firearms and classic cars is a classic car, you need to sit there and you need to take care of it. You can't drive it. You can look at it, you can appreciate it, but every mile that you add to it, it's just going to be worth less and less and less. Every day that goes by that you're not making sure that the paint is immaculately taken care of. You don't have the perfect place to store it in. You're not trying to take care of it and make sure that fluids are actually, flowing through it and don't like gunk up. Everything like that in a classic car, it's a lot of work and you can't really enjoy it outside of looking at it. But with a transferable machine gun, you can own it, you can shoot it, you can abuse it, you can throw it off your roof, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it, and it's still going to have the same value as the day you bought it or more. That's kind of the difference between, in different investment things. Art is something that can go every which way, right? Unless it's a famous artist, it can be all over the place. But it's a lot closer to classic cars, right? You can have a one of one original fucking, the rarest Mustang or whatever the case may be that people drool over. But man, if you drive, then it's done, right? They're never making more of them, but people really want them, and people will pay a lot of money, especially if they have low mileage. There was a dude that was trying to sell a Cybertruck, one of the Cyber Beasts, and people overseas really want it under a certain mileage. A dude thought he was going to get it there under a certain mileage, and when he showed up and he was 3 miles over, he had to cancel the sale because nobody wanted it over that certain mileage. I think it was like it was under 200 miles, but still, like, uh, no one wants classic cars as much. It depends on what it is, though, man. It really depends on what it is. But art is also something that you can look at, but you can't use, you can't enjoy. Art as far as perceived value opposed to actual. I mean, sure, but art has value because when you look at it, you feel something, and maybe the artist has provenance, right? Whereas, and maybe there's a little bit of rarity, but I don't know. Firearms are just different. Like WA 2000 mint, all original packaging. I mean, there's a few scuffs here and there, but that was what, $360,000 for the last one. Find another one. That's kind of the way it is. And when people say that they can get it cheaper somewhere else, and we always are just like, okay, all right, cool, find it somewhere else. So let's get off my back. You think you're gonna find another one? Go for it. You know, fuck the field perceived value versus opposed to use. Oh. No, that makes sense. Yeah. And here's the thing: there are also some guns like the USAS 12. Maybe I can get $4,000 out of it, maybe $5,000 out of it. It should be worth a lot more, but the reason it's not is because it's considered a destructive device, and people don't want to go through the paperwork on a shotgun that's a meme at best. Right? It doesn't matter if they're rare. It doesn't matter if it's a holy grail of people that want Daewoo shit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have nearly as much value as something else that is far, that's it just doesn't hold value compared to something else because of how fucked it got historically. Right? Your dad knows his cars and suddenly want too much for clapped out rust buckets because the TV show gave them the wrong impression. For those that can't afford it, don't want it. Yeah, no. And that's kind of my point though, Dara, is that with cars, unless it's in perfect mint condition with crazy low miles, it doesn't have value. And the more you use it, the more every scratch, every, faded piece of paint, every last little thing that goes towards that's on that car goes towards devaluing it into being worth nothing. And some people are more, they want cars more than other things, and certain models of cars are worth more than others. But it's the difference is that with guns, it doesn't matter how clapped out it is. Put it in a different receiver, put a different fucking barrel in it, do whatever the fuck, and that's kind of the difference. It's all very scrutinized. It really is. You're trying to quantify. Maybe the market is somewhere between cars and art. Seems nuts. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is. It is what it is. Again, find another fucking XM serial number L85 in the United States. You're not going to. Uh, that's kind of it. It's. I don't know, man. It's hard to really describe. If we actually follow the 2A, we wouldn't have to worry about those prices. Yeah, I know. That's why art seems to be more applicable because use doesn't affect. Mm, a little bit. We were able to actually make people want Remington Defense again. I do know that. No. It's fine. I'm just like we got I don't know how many fucking fouls I've gone through. These things fucking suck. Anyone that thinks that these are good guns, these things are pieces of shit. Fuck these things. Fuck the French. They're ass. The only reason I even thought they were cool in the first place is because Rainbow Six 3, Black Arrow on Xbox, these things had the highest rate of fire of anything in the game. And they were great for hosing down fucking corridors. That's it. All they were good for. Right? Who thinks they're good? There's a lot of people that think they're good. Oh, here you go. Here you go. SR16. Bring back. or there you go. There's your LVOA, the fucking shit tier rifle. Absolutely awful paired with a thermal that's worth more than a brand new F-150. Like, God, fuck the LVOA. These things suck so much dick. They're so fucking awful. Look at value art, like you mentioned. I mean, I'll look into it. I certainly would. Yeah, there's a lot of people that think that bullpups are good. There's a lot of people that don't understand actual guns. There's a lot of people that think that they're they look at certain things and they think they're really good, and then when it actually comes into practice, they're like, oh no, they actually really fucking blow dicks. I had another one that was a really good example. Yeah, there's the surgeon with the fucking Geisley bridge. Again, like people would walk into the shop and there's every generation of PSR ever created right there. But like people would come into there's the Minifix SD with a Raptor night vision sight on it. There's that fucking loophole Mark IV scope with the Badger Ordnance kit on it. That Badger kit was fucking crazy. But like people don't, you show most people this, they're like, okay, cool, that's whatever. But if people know what they're looking at, their people's eyes come out of their fucking brains because they don't, or their skulls, because they don't fucking understand how something like this was obtained. The Geisley bridge mounts, find them. A UTM, okay, whatever. UTMs are fucking whatever, but these Surgeon CSRs, impossible. A HISS HD, an actual 1080p thermal optic, and these things can. These things have superpowers. I swear to Christ, these things have fucking superpowers. When I tell you that you can look through double pane glass and you can still see heat signatures through glass and through rain and sleet, and you can still see somebody in their car 400 yards away, and you can see them perfectly, and you can take the shot perfectly. Like, you don't know what you don't know. And a lot of people just don't fucking know what they're looking at. And that's also, and only some people will get it, but that's a 6.5 Creedmoor SR25. No. Yeah. The 6.5 Creedmoor SR25. And that's the 14.5 version. This actual and complete rifle was one of the SOCOM sniper challenges. And it made its way to the shop. But were you guys getting this stuff from SOCOM or something? There's a lot of people that were really cool with us. Definitely military surplus. No, these were not military surplus. They were not mil cert. These were all brand new. Like, again, listen, my experience with guns is absolutely beyond abnormal. Most people will never have the experience that I had, and I was so beyond blessed to see that. But it's also, kind of a curse. Okay, there you go. There's a actual RemDef CSR, some quad nods. Your fucking L5 um Dazzler that you could put an RDS on. There's the um Knight's clip-on thermal for bolt guns. It has actually an arm that extends out that you can use a clip-on for any bolt gun. Shit, I think we had a Hathcock's fucking bolt gun too. But it's just I've seen so much, and you don't think there's any surplus? Yeah, there's no surplus of any of it. You want to talk about surplus? There you go. There's a 300 Win Mag L119A1, the old Brit fucking AI gun. Uh, you know, it's just one of those things where I don't know. Here's one of mine. Here's one of mine. 308, 13, 13, 7, and 6 does the Lord's work. Look at that. Look at that donut. I actually have my 308 set up right, whereas your SR25 still has a fucking piece of shit EOTech voodoo on it. Step it up, man. Get a Night Force. Is rarity the only modifier to value? No, rarity is not the only modifier to value. Manufacturer has a lot to do with it. It depends, right? Here, let me. Here's an example. Lantern. I'll show you an example. This is a Remington Defense PSR. You might have seen something that looks very much like this in video games. Some that might have even called it a PSR in video games. But the value of this rifle can fluctuate dramatically based on a number of factors. And in this instance, this actually was sold as a complete set. I remember selling it. It had carbon fiber barrels. It was a one-of-one set in 308, 300 Win Mag, and 338. And it had the matching bolts. It had the matching magazines. And because it was one of one with with carbon fiber barrels, the only ones ever made for it, then the value on that went through the roof because it's extraordinarily unique. Now, by itself, the rifle, they're rare, they're hard to get. People like them as shooters. They're really good, but to get them, they're $15,000 normally. This sold as a complete set for $40,000. Right? Who used it for in real life matters. I mean, yeah, sometimes it does, but usually you're not going to get anything, of value out of there. You have so much 700 Win Mag. Yeah. Like, this is mine before I fucking painted it. You got an OGL, EOTech OGL. Those things are pieces of shit. Never will tell anyone to ever fucking buy one of those things. And then that the fucking Brits adopted. This thing sucks dick. The acro's fine. Acros are great, but the optics sucks dick. It's a piece of shit. Absolutely fucking awful. It's not pure rarity. It's about who made it, right? So there's some of these will say Remington Defense. Some of these chassis will say Remington. Some of them will say Surgeon. So it depends on what the manufacturer it says on the side. That can matter quite a bit, especially the style of the logo, right? For example, some people will pay more for the old Colt logo versus the new Colt logo. And there was a year where the models were very similar and they were interchangeable with the different logos. It also depends if it was made in Colt Canada through Dymaco or through Colt itself, Colt USA. Like, there's a lot of different things that kind of go into the value, especially on lower end rifles and lower end shit. Like, you want to buy a fucking DPMS, rifle like this, you're going to pay 400, 500, $600 for it. Like, that's it. Right? You want something that's more than that, and you can get these all. Well, actually, this one's worth a lot more because it has an FRT in it. But still, like perception matters too. That's why the FAMAS and SPAS 12 are more expensive than they should be. Yes, and people will pay more specifically because a gun is used in a video game. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. All the W's, who, what, where, when, damn. Yeah. All of it does matter. And that's also why some people that try and get into guns, they end up fucking it all up because they don't know what they're getting, right? They don't know they buy the wrong thing. They think they're getting a pre-ban and then it's not a pre-ban, and pre-bans are worth more. Like a Type 56S is a Chinese AK, and those are all pre-bans, and pre-ban means that it's before a certain time period where certain states can own any some firearms that are otherwise banned, like M16s and AKs style rifles, unless they're a pre-ban firearm. So like a Type 56S would be a pre-ban firearm, and that commands a higher price because that can be sold in more states. It's things like that. Um, Okay, so here's another. This is like one of my first, like when I was first starting collecting, Ismash, 1968, AKM. My Noveski that I've always kept. Another Noveski that I sold with a Volter top. LMT that I sold for a pretty penny. But this ACR up here, this ACR was actually made in, fuck. Wyndham. So this is a Wyndham ACR. Now, it doesn't, and this is not a Remington Defense, but if you have a Wyndham ACR, you can sell it for $4,000. If you have an ACR that was made in the Huntsville plant, you're going to get next to nothing for it because Huntsville ACRs are pieces of shit that break all the time because the Huntsville plant is fucking terrible. It's differences like that. It's little things. Let's see. Or this thing. This is one of those Gen 12 shotguns you guys might have seen. Grand Thumb. A lot of people have done it. It's a magazine-fed shotgun, right? Pretty aggressive. This is a Gen 1. These shotguns are about $3,000. I sold this gun on Gunbroker for $6,700. The only reason why is because at the time I didn't know, but they didn't make many left side charging shotguns. And because of that, this commanded a much higher price. So I got $6,700 after I spent $3,000, and I flipped it and I made some good money on it. Little things like that make a big difference. And you just don't know unless you're into it. Yeah, I was looking for one of those. It's really weird what inflates the price and what doesn't. I'm trying to find. I'm going through my phone now. Yeah, that's what it looks like when it has a magazine in it, and it's just an AR-10 lower, which is pretty cool. I've gone through staccatos. Oh, here's a fucking sick gun. A ZM LR300. This is the later model, but the LR300 was used in fucking like Stalker and shit like that. This thing was super cool. I didn't get much money out of it, but Yankee Hell Machining actually made the stock for these, and it was really awesome. And then the way that the recoil system works is it's a combination of a gas piston and direct impingement, where you can probably find pictures online, but it's basically two little bars that go down the middle, and then the recoil spring it's kind of a piston. I don't know. It's a weird fucking setup, but it was one of the first ways that they were able to get rid of the buffer tube. So there is no buffer tube, but it uses Castanet and all that. really fucking sick. That was a really awesome rifle. Ended up doing, used it on a voodoo on it because it worked. It ran okay. I wasn't too big of a fan of how it ran, but it was mainly just because it was rare. Oh, the fucking Radian lower. That thing was a piece of shit. Oh, yeah, you want to talk about some fucking hype? You want to talk about some fucking hype shit? You want to talk about some fucking ass? Okay, Lantern, this right here, this is pure fucking hype right here. This is, I sold this, a couple years ago. But this is an umbrella armory or an umbrella core lower and upper receiver and the matching grip. This fucking piece of shit. I traded it for this handgun. I'm going to get to that handgun in a moment. This is the lower is made by Radian, the upper is made by Noveske, and this is a B5 grip. These are extremely rare just because they don't make many of them. This literally is just a hype lower receiver because they're rare. They're hard to come by. You can't find them. They did have an ADAC system, which is really fucking cool. That's where you can hold the magazine release, pull back the charging handle, and hold the bolt back. It is pretty fucking cool. I traded that for this Guncrafter 2011. This Hellcat 2. These are $5,000 handguns. I traded that receiver set. I traded this unfinished piece of shit, this hype beast thing, to somebody else for a $5,000 handgun because they wanted to have it. Right? Just because it's umbrella. Exactly. Just because it has the umbrella symbols and they're the only ones that made those with it. Then you have an SPG-9 that's plugged and is currently technically a bolt action 50 caliber recoilless launcher, but you can actually Form 1 it into being a recoilless launcher if you wanted to. It's a damn lower. Yeah. No. I know there's a lot of things in the gun world like that are absolutely wild. Yeah, SPG-9. Yeah, you can get RPG-2s all day long. They're like $300. You can Form 1 them as well. What else did I have that was fucking cool? Oh yeah, these optics, these things they look cool, but they're actually in practice they're fucking trash. Anyone that ever wants that ever thinks that they want one, there's a reason why they don't make them anymore. Okay, that was me sneaking an image of when we first got the G28 in. Here you go. There you go. If you know what you're fucking looking at, you know what you're looking at. I'm not gonna spell out what this is, but if you know what it is, you know. Yeah, all the fucking helmets, all the Cayman helmets. Dude, these Cayman helmets, you can't even see what it is. You can't see the shroud. You can't see the stock. You can't see the receiver. You can't see the 9x21. You can't see what that is? Really? Oh. Okay. Well, I'll zoom in just a little more. I will not confirm what it is. You got Donut over there trying to say, "Oh yeah, I want to get all the fucking MP7 shit." Well, here you go. You can flex all the fucking MP7 mags. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's two of the sets. There's the woodland one, the woodland set, and then there's the desert set. All factory painted by HK. This one was a little different. This top one was actually a California Pasadena HK41. It was a weird. I didn't understand what the fuck this was for a long time. I was like, why would I ever want that over an HK91? But then after looking at the HK41 and then the Pasadena marking, that actually would have been a pretty good pickup. But this right here. So these the Galvion helmets, dude, the amount of kids, not necessarily kids, but the amount of dudes that like played Tarkov that would come in wanting these with the fucking oblique or the armor oblique plus like the fucking mandible, a lot of fucking people. A lot of fucking people did that. Yep, there's Aaron. Anything of value? I mean, there's the fucking breacher. This, I think that was an agency Benellium for. I think this was a transferable. No, that was an arsenal. And then there's a very rare original Knights SR25 that didn't even have the rail. This was like OG as fuck. Trying to see what else we had. Oh, yeah, of course. Golden AK. And then an original AR-10 with the original fucking magazines. Those things are stupid expensive. Here's something that's going to hurt your fucking soul. That was an HK21 that we cut to be short as shit. Yeah, HK21. Yep, there's, I don't know, we had several HK21s, but that we turned into a short barrel HK21. Is that an OG Knights 308? Yes. But why though? Because we can, and we had a bunch of kits and a bunch of barrels. Listen, they still have a Coast Guard HK21 kit, HK21E kit that someone could build. And then there's some of the other fucking machine guns, the 249, and then the fucking this piece of shit that we kept around just because it's a meme. Yeah. And the transferable M2. And someone very big bought. Don't worry about what it is. But yeah, this is actually has a A2 side plate. And then you got the Surefire mount, M89A on the minigun. Where was it? Barrett with the Hiss HD, because it made more sense. Because you're gonna fucking remove shit. Here's another example of absolutely ridiculous item that only collectors care about. A Magpul China doll. On the other side it has the Magpul logo, and then here it has a little Chinese lady just flipping you off. I don't know, we had 6 of these, and each one of these went for between $5,500 and $7,000 just for a lower that's extremely rare because it has Magpul on it. It's the only ones that Magpul made. Let's see. I think that one was a factory G28, or maybe it was a remarked one. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, the transferable Norinco with, and if you're an AK nerd, you know how expensive this fucking 20 round mag with a star is on it. That's a fucking $800 goddamn magazine. Why the doll? Was there a market for it? No, it's just China doll. That's what it was called, is the China doll, because I had the Chinese lady on the background. That's it. It's just a lower receiver, very rare. Magpul only sold it to people in, there were family of Magpul. So yeah, 762 by 39, but marked as 366 TKM. Each one of those sold for like $300. I mean, if you happen to know your ammo, if you just happen to know your ammo, I think this is the only picture I had of the MG42 next to the RPD, but it was clean as shit. Let's see. Nope. Let me see. I have some more. Give me a second. OG 11130 count. Yeah, probably had a few. Doesn't show the power, but that's a D-ball i2, but it was a 50 milliwatt, which is crazy. Oh, here you go. Here's something that so yeah, there's a couple stoners. There's even more stoners. I think there was 5 stoner 63As in the shop. And then every single attachment ever made for these. And then this I think was just a transferable AUG, but this is not just a normal transferable AUG. This was a transferable AUG LMG, and this was a transferable AUG LMG that's open bolt, and I think it's one of 3 that exist. Dude sold it to us for I think 30,000, and I think it fetched quite a bit more. Yeah, more on the fucking CSR. More on the Surgeon. Yep, it actually marked Remington Defense model MSR. So that's the MSR, and then we have the PSR and the CSR. Open bolt, fuck why? I don't know. That's how they made it. And that's how they imported it. No fucking idea. That's what they break down into for the chassis. If people wanted, if I know that there was a way to take them down, but yeah, that was trash. There was that. This thing was fucking cool as shit. Yep, and that is a 416A5. And then a Valmet up there. And then that was a Ruger integrally suppressed Scout. Didn't know why they made it an open bolt H-bar. Yeah, I don't fucking know either. Doesn't make sense to me. Another view of the cool shit. Let's see. Display cabinet, and that was, so I think we had 2 320s. This one wasn't functional. This one needed a barrel, and then it could work. And then there was one that actually did have a functional barrel. Then all the P7s, dude loved the fucking P7, obviously MP7. Yeah, that is the bleeder knife. That's the fucking tri-blade thing that people determines a fucking war crime or whatever. Oh, here is one of the LaRue OBRs. These things are fucking sick. They take down in seconds, where you can put it together. It's super fucking fast and super easy. but you don't need any tools to take it apart, but you can put it in a backpack pretty fucking quick. I don't think they sold them for very long. Wish they made the civilian MP7. Yeah, I don't think they ever will. There's no point in doing that because all the armor or all the ammo for it, I think, is inherently armor piercing, so it would still be determined as an NFA item, if not the MP7 itself, but also the maybe the ammo. And then that would absolutely suck. That was the HK21 on the titanium German mount for it. We had that at a show at the gun show one year. You'd be amazed at how many people came by buying machine gun parts for, like, you know, all this shit for like 240s and 249s, all that sort of thing. A bottle of Heaven's Door. Oh yeah. Oh no. I know. I know. This was the shit bin of the shit guns. This one was mine that I was selling. That was actually, this was a pretty rare upper. The fucking Liberace double barrel Tula shotgun that was actually imported as nickel plated, and then someone took the time to stain the wood on it, but it's actually a gorgeous fucking shotgun. And then that was my fucking piece of shit AK. That actually was a goddamn good AK, but it was just stuff to get rid of. What else was super fucking cool? Oh, yeah, my knife. I've shown it a couple times in the stream. It's a big motherfucker. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so there's this one. This is a thermal optic from fucking shit, what's it called? Desert Storm, or around that time period. And this is actually meant to be a multimodal or a multi-platform thermal. It used I think it used 4 or 6 D batteries. And what was wild was the selector. So this thermal optic was expected to be used on an M60, a 136, so an AT4, a M24, a Stinger, a 249, a 203, M4, M16, A1, or A2. There's a distinction for, you know, like, wild shit performance, but still fucking wild. What else was there? Oh, the B.E. Myers Owl. These things are cool. People buy these. So these actually have full-on Gen 2 or Gen 3 tubes. They're actually really, really nice tubes for night vision. But it comes with everything you need for actual looking at stars and looking at the night sky with night vision. There's a lot of people that do that, and it's actually really, really popular to do. Let's see, there was like this bundle of shit that I was selling at one point. That was a Facebook deal. I think this was just a clone of some rocket launcher for like training or whatever. Oh yeah, the Schmitz, the SOCOM Schmitz. Oh, don't fuck with me. So these are PM2s, and they're just like regular PM2s. These are like, you know, $6,000 or whatever. But then when you actually put in the identifying markers of 24, and then on the other side it had well, you saw this the serial or the QR code. These were actually Delta issue, that these were Milsurp, and so they claim double the price of a normal PM2. Again, you're only buying it if that's your thing. There's the other Night Force, Car 15. I don't know. There's lots of Car 15s. I think I have a picture of a really cool Car 15. Oh, right. So And then these, just your quad tubes. The thing that's weird about them is that when you look into them, this is what they look like inside. And this was just an Anvis 10s, and it fucks with your brain really, really hard. If you're stable in one position, they're not bad, but if you're like walking around with them, your brain fucking hurts a lot. It's very painful to deal with. Here's the PSR or the MSR with the bolt set and everything that came with it. That sold for a very, very pretty penny. Is this through that piece of shit Vortex? Yeah, it was. Fucking terrible thing. Good luck ever getting one of these EOTechs. Is this the RSAS? No, that's another. This is the CSAS actually. This is the trials rifle that they use to try and get the gun actually like admitted. There, more shit. Your 240 Bravo with the 249 in the background. Your shitty fucking vectors. All the Knights rifles. Oh. What the heck is that EOTech? That EOTech is for M203. All right, so check this out. So this looks like a normal ass fucking EOTech 552, right? No. It's not. This is actually made for machine guns, so it has a 308 reticle. So it actually tells you your ranges. Pretty fucking neat. There you go. That's something that you're never going to see again either. Knights M203 on a Knights M203 launcher holder thingy. Let's see. Oh yeah, Carlos Hathcock, his actual rifle that came from whatchamafuck. This big ass piece of shit fucking night vision thing. I was never able to sell these. There's this fucking it was actually his signed rifle. And then you have these Wilcox Patriot systems. These things are super fucking cool. I could never sell them, but I mean, you have to get the tanks recertified and all sorts of shit to really sell it. But these were like, self-contained breather units. They're pretty fucking cool. Let's see. Oh, and then there's a bunch of prototypes lying around. So this is actually the prototype of the Steiner D-Ball A4. It's actually a really fucking cool unit. They 3D printed this shit before, 3D printing was really widely available. What 308 was that EOTech made for? I mean, you can use it for it probably for a 240, to be perfectly honest. I can't think of much else it would be made for. But yeah, Jason 2, Steiner E optics. It's so fucking cool. This prototype was actually probably the best version of the D-Ball A4 that ever existed, because what came to market was trash. Basically, what it is it's a laser, visible laser, IR laser, IR illuminator, and then it also has a white light. So it's supposed to be an all-in-one deal. So right here's your white light, and the prototype actually is pretty fucking awesome and worked really, really well. You had your an Elcan Phantom IR, a crazy good thermal. The Envision NVPR. So this is the prototype version. So the prototype V3, serial number 2025. Never going to see this again, but here's what's super fucking sick about this. Coolest fucking night vision I've ever seen and will probably ever see. The way this works is if you want to you want to move one of these up, we have ones that articulate up and down, but that's really not good enough for certain applications. And so instead, when you press this little button here, and then you move it back behind your head, and it looks like that. And the reason you do that, and the reason they made this was for Navy SEAL trials. The reason that they made that in the first place is so that the operator can actually use a thermal optic, and it can be some big bulky piece of shit without having to take off their fucking helmet or anything, because just moving your fucking thing to the side didn't do enough. Being able to move that entire unit all the way to the back freed up enough of an eye box that you can actually use your to use it. Let's see. The RSAS. So if you play Tarkov, you'll know what this is. I sold this for $17,000, I think. So we took the dude sent in dual tubes. There were some decent spec dual tubes that were worth about 12,000. We valued them at 10 just because they're a trade-in, and we were a night vision dealer and in builder, so we got 10 out of that, and then he paid 7, and then I flipped the night vision that he had into a set to make I think it was 15 grand. So we made a lot of money off of that one, but I think we bought it originally for like 8,000, something like that. Yeah, RSAS is pretty fucking neat. Never would own one. Never, ever, ever. Here's something you'll also is people would fucking cream their fucking pants to ever have is an actual Knight's master key and a Knight's fucking what's it called? M203. And then this is a special ranging optic. So this optic right here, it's a laser plus an MRDS. And what you could do is you could range it, and you can tell it the distance that you want it to go, and then it'll actually change color when you're actually aiming at the right distance when it does range finding. Super fucking cool. Here's something that I tried to sell Brandon. He never fucking bought it though, and he could actually legally put it together. It's an actual Russian PP90 that's been cut, like it should be. The only thing that's different compared to other PP90s that exist is it still does have the bolt face and complete bolt intact, but it does fold up into like a little fucking lunchbox. So that was really fucking sick. Oh, Al Pacino's handgun from Heat, the movie Heat. So it actually had that. That was pretty sick. What else? There was all these transferables, or no, these were all dealer samples that had to go somewhere. Ended up getting rid of selling all of them. And then so this little fucking thing right here, right? So XM8. No, there's no XM8 there. All right, so check this out, right? So this deal, this little spotting scope, this is me looking out the window, right? All the way over there is the come and go. All the way over there is the come and go. What did it look like through the fucking optic itself? You could read the gas prices. In fact, you can actually go a little bit further, and you could read how much cigarettes were from the window stickers of the gas station. So that spotting scope was fucking wild. All the way over there. Pretty fucking sick. The experimental, no luck there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, transferable. Uh oh. Oh, here's something. Here's something. This, gentlemen, this is the very first honey badger. The very first honey badger that was a collaboration between Remington Defense and AAC. Yeah. There's uh this was a transferable. Was that Q? Nope, that was not Q. That was AAC. That's before Kevin decided to leave and make Q, but that was the honey badger. 300 blackout. Uh yeah, and plenty of those fucking Terran Tactical fucking pieces of shit. Terran Tactical, such a clown. Uh, transferable. Uh, let's see. Which one was this? Oh, yeah, that thing sold instantly for a shitload of money. SR-15E3 with a URX 3.1 round and plus the original 3-prong. I think that sold for 13,000 ish. Um, what else? Oh yeah, the Unimog. I'll tell you what, dude. I'm so mad. I was so close to buying this fucking thing. So this is a Mercedes Unimog. There's a few that got brought in by the U.S. military, and this one was actually kept up in service. And so the top, I think the top was actually set up for a minigun, and then the rear turret was set up for an M60. Um, and like, you know, you had belts for M134s that could be routed. Like it was a sick fucking truck. And then on along all the sides, you had white lights, you had IR lights. So if you wanted to go black, you could turn off all your normal lights and turn on IR, so you can just use night vision and look at everything. Super fucking cool. Um, you know, you had all your shit inside. Uh, everything for, you know, like it's and then let's see, like the rear turret. I don't remember what their. I think the rear turret was an M60 turret. So you could that one was a standing one. Uh oh, here's something wild. An actual SAS issue sniper Gorka thing in DPM. That was fucking rad. Uh Maybe the Fat Frog driving that. I'll see if we can have the Fat Frog driving that. An actual legitimate 416 A5 straight from Germany. Uh let's see. This fucking piece of shit. This P320 piece of shit. Listen, having agency and gray guns work on this, and then I bought this fucking thing, and I was like, okay, I fucking hate the P320. I did everything in my power to make it not suck, and I'll tell you what, even with all of this shit, it still sucks dick. It's still fucking terrible. Still abominable. Uh yeah, all the big heavy hitter guns. Uh da, 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 da. So you never liked the 320 even before the controversy. Yeah, no, they're. I tried everything to try and like make that thing not suck dick, and it was impossible. It's just a stupid piece of shit. Um, it was just fucking terrible beyond belief. I still have these. I don't know if I can still sell them, but they're umbrella bolt carrier groups. They're very expensive and very rare. And I actually got a live drop off of the website for them. And then I think the rest that I have is just me and going downhill. Oh, no. There's Bernie. Rest in peace, Bernie. Him and his little fucking piggy sweater. Crazy because the 226 was so good. I don't understand how SIG fumbled that hard. The 226 is still good. Even modern production SIG 226s are still fucking amazing. Yeah, there was Barney on his first birthday. Tried to make him fish cakes. He didn't eat it. Sassy little fucker, too. Who the fuck made the umbrella stuff? So the umbrella stuff is just it's just rare. And it's all outsourced to a whole bunch of other people. So like the lower receiver was made by it's all about having boutique brands put together the best possible gun out there. Right? So like the lower was made by Radian, the upper was made by Noveski, the bolt carrier was made by somebody else, and so on and so forth. So every last piece of the rifle was sourced from another company, and the goal was to create the perfect rifle from the best companies. And so that's kind of where it was. You almost got a 226 X5 Legion, but you didn't want to give SIG money. The X5's Legions look really fucking sick. If I can ever afford to spend money on guns like that, I absolutely will buy a 226 Legion X5. Absolutely. No questions asked. Now, I'm not going to go and buy a fucking Scandi. I'm not doing that. But yeah. Oh, here's something that I do currently have. Fucking Thesis with the hollow shit. That's the only one that works on a shield profile that's not like beyond terrible. Who put the logo on it then? You. UCWRG. Do they even? Yeah, UCWRG. You can go find them, but they have them. Let me see. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else of value. And the answer is no. All downhill. Man, I'll tell you what, it really does suck knowing, where you came from and where you are now. And, it's just one of those things where, boy, do I wish I was back doing gun shit, but finding someone that has the connections to do all of that, and especially having the money to do that, probably not gonna ever happen. I mean, I still have my knowledge and I know how to make other people money, but myself, nah, not really. But okay. No. Is there an affiliation corpo? I don't know. I haven't looked into their company very much. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, I know the well, here's the thing, Vegeta. When you're existing off of let me pull it up so I can give you some accurate numbers here. When you're going to average $500 a month in revenue, and then maybe there's also been a few people here and there that have been generous. Let's say on average I'm making 5 grand a month and trying to exist off of 5 grand a month. Yeah, I obtaining that a 226 Legion X5, that is very, very, very far in the future. That's not something that's going to be obtainable anytime soon. I right now I have one rifle, I have one handgun, and then everything else is in a trust that I can't touch. Which kind of sucks because I could really use the money, especially if I sold that sear pack. I can easily get 60 grand, but my dad's never gonna let me do that. And he said that, he's only gonna he'll just relinquish himself from the trust as soon as he passes. So that's not gonna be for a while. And when that does happen, I mean, it'll be a good payday if I decide to sell it. But it's just one of those things where it is what it is. So with that being said, um, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spend some time tomorrow, and I'm gonna flesh this out and talk about and kind of put down some little key points of what I want to hit. And then I think we'll all just sit down and we'll tomorrow we'll work on it and kind of see what we want to do. I'm only gonna focus on really one act at a time, and then if something leads into another act, it would be funny to see a callback later. We can add it in, but we're definitely going to do a brainstorm session tomorrow, just like we did with the Nux stuff. And so that way we can sit down and we can really, get our ideas out there. I'm going to already have some of my ideas in there, and I definitely love to hear your guys' suggestions because, it's fun to make a community shit post like this. So we'll focus on that a lot tomorrow. And then going into the weekend, um, from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, there may also be some additional um, morning or afternoon streams that may happen. So definitely keep an eye out for that. But yeah, that's gonna kind of be it for me. There's a right now it's just a lot of trying to keep calm from today. I don't know. I posted in Discord about it earlier, but yeah, my chest is not doing too hot. Couldn't breathe earlier today, so just trying to do what I can to kind of keep calm and all that shit and not stress too much right now. But we're definitely gonna work on a lot more tomorrow. Tonight was just kind of hanging out and shooting the shit and figuring something out and doing something funny. But tomorrow is going to be a lot of development, and that's kind of the nature with these streams. If you guys have been around for some of the longer term development stuff, the Tectone or the Nux episode, we have days like this. But if you miss a day, you have no fucking clue where we are, and you're going to be completely lost. And that is the funniest thing in the world to me. But yeah, with that, if you guys would like to support me, there are links up available I think they're pinned on Kick and then on YouTube. They're in the description. If that's your thing, anything helps always. But the best way to support me by far is share one of my videos, share my content, make somebody laugh, be the source of joy, be the reason that somebody laughs, because laughter right now, it doesn't matter. I can always say, uh, it's always needed right now, but at the end of the day, it's always something that people people just need to laugh. People need to not take things so serious and have a reason to reset their mind. But it's so important in my opinion, and it matters to me a lot that people are able to get that relief here and there. But with that, I'm going to catch you guys tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. CST. I promise I'm going to do better on being on time. 8:30 p.m. CST. And I'll see you guys here in the Bong Water Zone. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys are all amazing. And I will catch you later.